飞歌制作飞歌文学《红楼梦》。
Fei Gu produced by Fei Gu Literature, A Dream of Red Mansions.
贾母等于早饭后过来，就在惠芳园游玩，先茶后酒，不过皆是宁荣二府女眷家宴小集，并无别样新闻趣事可记，一时宝玉倦怠。
Jia Mu came over after breakfast and went to hang out in Huifang Garden. They had tea first and then wine, but it was just a small family dinner for the female family members of Ning Rong's second house, and there were no other interesting things to record. For a moment, Bao Yu was tired.
欲睡中叫贾母命人好生哄着，歇一回再来。贾蓉知妻秦氏，便忙笑回道：“我们这里有给宝叔收拾下的屋子，老祖宗放心。”
When she was about to fall asleep, Jia Mu ordered people to coax her and come back after taking a rest. Jia Rong's wife, Mrs. Qin, smiled quickly and replied, "We have a house here for Uncle Bao to tidy up, ancestors, don't worry."
只管交与我就是了。又向宝玉的奶娘丫鬟等道：“嬷嬷、姐姐们，请宝叔随我这里来。”贾母素知秦氏是个极妥当的人，生得袅娜纤巧。
Just leave it to me. Then he turned to Bao Yu's wet nurse and said, "Mommy, sisters, please come with me, Uncle Bao." Mother Jia knew that Mrs. Qin was a very decent person, and she was born with a graceful and delicate body.
行事又温柔和平，乃重孙席中第一个得意之人。见他去安置宝玉，自是安稳的。当下秦氏引了一簇人来至上房内间。
He is gentle and peaceful in behavior and is the first proud person among the great-grandson's daughter-in-law. Seeing him go to place Bao Yu, she will feel safe. At that moment, Mrs. Qin led a group of people to the upper room.
宝玉抬头看见一幅画贴在上面，画的人物故好，其故事乃是然离图，也不看系何人所画，心中便有些不快。又有一幅对联，写的是
Bao Yu looked up and saw a painting with the character Gu Hao on it. The story was Burning Quinoa Picture. No matter who painted it, he felt a little unhappy. There is another couplet, which reads,
世事洞明皆学问，人情练达即文章。即看了这两句，纵然饰语精美，铺陈华丽，亦断断不肯在这里了，忙说：“快出去，快出去。”
Insights into world affairs are all knowledge and human feelings, and mastery is the article. After reading these two sentences, even though the room was exquisite and the furnishings were gorgeous, I decided not to stay here anymore and hurriedly said, "Get out. Get out."
秦氏听了，笑道：“这里还不好，可往那里去呢？不然往我屋里去吧。”宝玉点头微笑。有一个嬷嬷说道
Qin laughed and said, "It's not good here, but where should we go? Otherwise, go to my room." Bao Yu nodded and smiled. A nun said,
那里有个叔叔往这房里睡觉的里，秦氏笑道：“哎呦呦，不怕他恼。他能多大呢？就忌讳这些个。上月你没看见我那个兄弟来了？”
There is a reason why an uncle sleeps in his nephew's room. Mrs. Qin said with a smile, Hey, I'm not afraid of him being annoyed. No matter how old he is taboo on these things. You didn't see my brother coming last month.
虽然与宝叔同年，两个人若站在一处，只怕那个还高些呢。宝玉道：“我怎么没见过？你带他来，我瞧瞧。”众人笑道。
Although if two people of the same age as Uncle Bao stood together, I'm afraid the one would be taller. Bao Yu said, How come I haven't seen it before? Bring him here and let me take a look. Everyone laughed and said,
隔着20-30里往那里带去，见的日子有呢。说着，大家来至秦氏房中，刚至房门，便有一股细细的甜香袭人而来。
Take her there 20 or 30 miles away. There will be a day to see you. With that said, everyone came to Qin's room. As soon as I arrived at the door, a thin sweet fragrance hit me.
宝玉觉得眼睛骨软，连说好香。入房向壁上看时，有唐伯虎画的《海棠春睡图》，两边有宋学士秦太虚写的一副对联，其联云。
Bao Yu felt his eyes soften and said, It smells so good. When he entered the room and looked at the wall, there was a begonia sleeping in spring, painted by Tang Bohu, and on both sides there was a couplet written by Qin Taishu, a scholar of the Song dynasty, which said,
嫩寒所梦，因春冷方气隆人是酒香。案上设着武则天当日进士中设的宝镜，一边摆着飞燕立着舞过的金盘。
The tender cold locks the dream because of the cold spring fragrance that envelopes people like the fragrance of wine. On the table is the precious mirror that Wu Zetian had set up in the mirror room at that time, and on one side is a golden plate with flying swallows standing and dancing.
盘内盛着安禄山治过伤了太真乳的木瓜，上面设着寿昌公主与韩章殿下卧的榻，悬的是同昌公主制的连珠帐。宝玉含笑连说：“这里好。”
The plate contained papayas that had been thrown by An Lushan and damaged Taijan's milk. Above it was the couch where Princess Shouchang lay on His Royal Highness Hanzhong, and hanging on it was a linked bead tent made by Princess Tongchang. Bao Yu said with a smile, It's great here.
秦氏笑道：“我这屋子大约神仙也可以住得了。”说着，亲自展开了西子换过的纱巾，移了红娘抱过的鸳枕。于是众奶母服侍宝玉卧好。
Miss Qin said with a smile, My house could be big enough for an immortal to live in. As he said this, He personally unfolded the gauze quilt that Shizi Huan had carried, and moved the mandarin duck pillow that the matchmaker had hugged. Then all the wet nurses waited on Bao Yu to lie down.
款款散了，只留袭人、媚人、晴雯、麝月4个丫鬟为伴。秦氏便吩咐小丫鬟们，好生在廊檐下看着猫儿狗打架。那宝玉刚合上眼。
After all the money was gone, only 4 maids, Shiren, Meiren, Qingwen, and Shiwe, were left as companions. Mrs. Qin then ordered the little maids to sit under the eaves and watch the cats and dogs fighting. The precious jade had just closed its eyes.
便呼呼地睡去，犹似秦氏在前，遂悠悠荡荡，随了秦氏致意所在。但见朱兰白石，绿树清晰，真是人迹稀逢，非尘不到。
Then he fell asleep in a daze, as if Qin was in front of him, so he wandered leisurely and followed Qin to a certain place. But seeing the red balconies, white rocks, green trees, and clear streams, it is really a rare place to meet people, and the flying dust can't be found.
宝玉在梦中欢喜想到，这个去处有趣，我就在这里过一生，纵然失了家也愿意，强如天天被父母师傅打呢。正胡思之间，
Bao Yu thought happily in his dream, "This is an interesting place to go. I will live my life here. Even if I lose my home, I am willing to do so. It is better than being beaten by my parents and master every day, while thinking nonsense."
胡亭山后有人作歌，曰：“春梦随云散，飞花逐水流。既言重儿女，何必觅闲愁？”宝玉听了是女子的声音，歌声未息。
Suddenly I heard someone singing from behind the mountain, saying that spring dreams disperse with the clouds, flying flowers follow the water, and I send this message to all my children. Why should I seek leisure and sorrow? Bao Yu heard it was a woman's voice. The singing has not ceased.
早见那边走出一个人来，翩跹袅娜，端地与人不同。有妇为证，方离柳雾，乍出花房。但行处，鸟惊庭树，将到时，影渡回廊。
I saw a person walking out over there, flirting and looking very different from other people. There is a poem to prove it. Fong left Liuwu and came out of the flower house. But wherever I go, the birds are startling the trees, and when the time comes, their shadows are reflected in the cloister.
仙妹乍飘兮闻麝兰之馥郁，何依欲动兮听环佩之铿锵。夜笑春桃兮，云堆翠髻；唇蘸樱柯兮，流齿含香。纤腰之楚楚兮，回风舞雪。
The fairy's mantle is floating in the air, and I smell the fragrance of musk orchid. The lotus clothes are about to move, and I hear the clang of the ring. The dimple smiles with spring peaches, the clouds pile into green buns, the lips bloom with cherry blossoms, and the pomegranate teeth are fragrant. The slender waist is so beautiful that the wind dances with the snow.
珠翠之辉辉兮，满鹅鹅黄。出没花间兮，宜嗔宜喜，徘徊池上兮，若飞若扬。蛾眉颦笑兮，将言而未语，莲不乍疑兮，待止而欲行。献别。
The brilliance of pearls and emeralds is all over the forehead. It wanders among the flowers, and is either angry or happy. It lingers on the pond, as if it is flying or flying. The eyebrows are furrowed and she is smiling, but she is about to say nothing. The lotus steps suddenly move, waiting to stop but ready to move. Envy the other party.
知凉至兮，冰清玉润；献比之华服兮，闪着文章。爱比之貌容兮，相陪玉琢；美比之态度兮，凤柱龙翔。其素若何，春梅蘸雪。
His quality is clear and jade-like, and he admires his fine clothes and sparkles. Love the other person's appearance, the fragrant and jade carvings. Love the other person's attitude, like the phoenix and the dragon. What is its element? The spring plum blossoms bloom with snow.
其节若何秋菊被霜，其径若何松生空谷，其艳若何霞映成堂，其文若何龙游曲沼，其神若何月射寒江，鹰残西子，石溃王墙。
It is as clean as the autumn chrysanthemum covered with frost. How quiet it is, the pines grow in the empty valley. How beautiful it is, the clouds reflect the clear pond. The article is like a dragon traveling in the winding marsh. How is his spirit? The moon shines over the cold river. I should be ashamed of Shizi, but I am really ashamed of Wang Chang.
其以栽生于熟地，来自何方？信矣乎！瑶池不二，子府无双。果何人哉？如斯之美也。宝玉见是一个仙姑，喜得忙来作揖问道。
It's so strange where he was born and where he comes from. Believe it or not, Yao Qi is the same and Zifu is unparalleled. Who is it? Such beauty! When Bao Yu saw that she was an immortal girl, she was so happy that she bowed to her and asked,
神仙姐姐不知从那里来，如今要往那里去，也不知这是何处，望起携带携带。那仙姑笑道：“吾居离恨天之上，贯愁海之中。”
I don't know where the fairy sister came from and where are you going now? I don't know where this is. I hope you can take her with you. The fairy girl smiled and said, I live above the sky of hatred, in the sea of sorrow.
乃放春山浅香洞太虚幻境景幻仙姑，是也思人间之风情月债，长尘世之女怨难痴。因近来风流冤孽缠绵于此处，是以前来访查机会。
It is the fairy girl who is the warning fairy in the illusory realm of Taisien Cave in Chunshan Mountain. She is also responsible for the romantic debts of the world, and controls the worldly women who blame male idiots. Because of the recent scandals and injustices lingering here, it was an opportunity to visit in the past.
不散相思，惊呼与尔相逢，亦非偶然。此离无境不远，别无他物，仅有自采鲜茗一盏，亲酿美酒一瓮，素练魔舞歌姬数人。
It's no coincidence that I suddenly meet you now that I miss you so much. This place is not far from my territory. There is nothing else but a cup of fairy tea that I picked myself, a jar of fine wine that I brewed myself, and several people who are practicing magic dance and singing.
新田《红楼梦》先取12支，是随无意有否？宝玉听说，便忘了秦氏在何处，竟随了仙姑知意所在，有诗牌横见。
Will you come with me to try the 12 newly composed fairy songs from A Dream of Red Mansions? When Bao Yu heard about it, he forgot where the Qin family was, and followed the fairy girl to a place where there was a stone plaque built across it.
上书太虚幻境4个大字，两边一副对联，乃是假作真实真亦假，无为有处有还无。转过牌坊，便是一座宫门，上面横书4个大字。
There is a couplet on both sides of the 4 characters, Taishu illusion, in the letter, which is, when the false becomes true, the true is also false. After turning around the archway, you will see a palace gate with 4 large characters written across it.
倒是孽海晴天，又有一副对联，大书云：后地高天，勘探古今情不尽，痴男怨女，可怜风月债难偿。宝玉看了，心下自思道：
The Tao is Nye Hai Ching Tian. There is another couplet. The big book says, the earth is thick and the sky is high. I can lament the endless love in ancient and modern times, crazy men and resentful women, poor romantic debts that are difficult to repay. Bao Yu looked at it and thought to himself,
原来如此，但不知何为古今之情，何为风月之债。从今倒要领略领略。宝玉只顾如此一想，不料早把些邪魔招入膏肓了。
I see, but I don't know what the love of the past and present is. What is the debt of love and affection? From now on, I have to understand it. Bao Yu only thought about this, but unexpectedly he had already attracted some evil spirits to his death.
当下随了仙姑进入2层门内，至两边配殿，皆有匾额对联，一时看不尽许多，唯见有几处写的是“痴情思，结怨思”。
Now I followed the fairy into the second-story door to the side halls on both sides. There were plaques and couplets on them. I couldn't see many of them at the moment, but I saw a few places that read, Infatuation Department, Grudge Department.
朝啼司、夜怨司、春感司、秋悲司。看了，因向仙姑道：“敢烦仙姑引我到那个司中游玩游玩，不知可使得。”
Chao Tsong Division, Yi Yuan Division, Spring Gone Division, Autumn Bay Division. After seeing it, Yin said to the fairy, "How dare you bother the fairy to lead me to those various departments to play and play? I wonder if I can do it."
仙姑道：“此个司中接住的是普天之下所有的女子过去未来的簿册，而繁衍陈躯，未便先知的。”宝玉听了，那里肯依，复央之在寺。
Xingu said, "What are stored in each department are the records of the past and future of all the women in the world. I can't predict it with my eyes and body." Bao Yu heard this and was willing to comply. He returned to the throne again and again.
仙姑无奈说：“也罢，就在此司内略随喜随喜罢了。”宝玉喜不自胜，抬头看这司的匾上，乃是薄命司三字，两边对联写的是。
The fairy girl had no choice but to say, "Well, let's just enjoy ourselves in this department." Bao Yu was so happy that he looked up and looked up at the plaque of the department. There were 3 words, Bao Ming Department, and the couplets on both sides read,
"春恨秋悲皆自惹，花容月貌为谁言？"宝玉看了，便只感叹。进入门来，只见有10数个大橱，皆用封条封着。看那封条上，
"The hatred of spring and the sadness of autumn all cause the beauty of the beautiful moon." Bao Yu sighed after seeing it. Entering the door, I saw a dozen chefs, all sealed with seals. Look at the seal.
皆是各省的地名。宝玉一心只捡自己的家乡封条看，遂无心看别省的了。只见那边橱上封条上大书7字云：“金陵12钗政策。”
They are all place names in various provinces. Bao Yu only focused on looking at the seals of his own hometown, and had no intention of looking at those in other provinces. I saw a 7-character inscription on the seal on the kitchen over there, the official book of the 12 beauties of Jinling.
宝玉问道：“何为金陵12钗政策？”警幻道：“即贵省中12贯首女子之策，故为政策。”宝玉道：“常听人说金陵极大。”
Bao Yu asked, "What is the official list of the 12 beauties of Jinling?" Jinghuan said, "It is the list of the 12 crowned women in your province, so it is the official list." Bao Yu said, "People often say that Jinling great."
怎么只12个女子？如今单我家里上上下下就有几百女孩子呢。警幻冷笑道：“贵省女子故多，不过择其紧要者录之。”
Why are there only 12 girls? Now there are hundreds of girls in my family. Jinghuan sneered and said, "There are many women in your province, but we just choose the most important ones to record."
下边二除，则又次之愚者庸常之辈，则无策可录矣。宝玉听说，再看下手二除上，果然写着金陵12钗副册。
The second chef below is second to none, and the rest are mediocre people, so there is no record to record them. Pao Yu heard about it and looked at the first and second kitchens. Sure enough, it was written additional book of the 12 hairpins of Jinling.
又一个写着金陵12钗又副册，宝玉便伸手先将又副册除开了，拿出一本册来，揭开一看，只见这首页上画着一幅画。
Another one said, Jinling 12 hairpins and a second volume. Pao Yu reached out and opened the second volume first, took out a volume, opened it and saw a painting on the front page.
又非人物也无山水，不过是水墨染的满纸乌云浊雾而已。后有几行字迹，写的是霁月难逢，彩云易散，心比天高，身为下贱。
There are neither figures nor landscapes, just dark clouds and mist-dyed ink on the paper. There are a few lines of handwriting at the end, which read, "The moon is rare, and the colorful clouds are easy to disperse. The heart is higher than the sky, but the body is humble."
风流灵巧招人怨，受邀多因毁谤声，多情公子空牵念。宝玉看了，又见后面画着一簇鲜花，一床破席，也有几句言辞，写道是
Being romantic and clever attracts resentment. Longevity is often caused by slander, and sentimental young masters miss you in vain. Pao Yu looked at it and saw a cluster of flowers and a shabby mat painted on the back. There were also a few words, which were written.
枉自温柔和顺空云，四桂如兰，堪羡幽灵有福，谁知公子无缘。宝玉看了不解，遂知下这个，又去开了副册橱门，拿起一本册来。
In vain, I am gentle and gentle. The clouds in the sky are like osmanthus and orchid. I am enviable as an actor and a blessed person, but I don't know that the young master is not destined to be. Pao Yu looked puzzled. Then he threw this down, opened the door of the assistant kitchen, picked up a book.
揭开看时，只见画着一株桂花，下面有一池沼，其中水和泥干，连枯藕败。后面书云：“根病荷花已经香，平生遭际是堪伤。”
When I opened it and looked at it, I saw only a painting of an osmanthus flower, with a pond below in which the water had dried up and the mud was dry, and the lotus roots were withered. The book on the back said, "A lotus root and a stem are fragrant, and it will be hurt by the reality in life."
自从两地生孤木，致使香魂返故乡。宝玉看了仍不解，便又至了，再去取正册看，只见头一页上便画着两株枯木。
Since the birth of lonely trees in two places, the fragrant soul has returned to its hometown. Pao Yu was still puzzled after reading it. Then he threw it away again and went to get the main book to look at it. He saw 2 dead trees painted on the first page.
木上悬着一围玉带，又有一堆雪，雪下一股金簪。也有4句言辞，道是可叹停机德，堪怜永续采。玉带林中挂，金簪雪里埋。
There is a jade belt hanging on the tree, a pile of snow, and a golden hairpin under the snow. There are also 4 sentences, which are as follows. It is lamentable to have the virtue of stopping, but it is pity to praise the talent of Sue. Jade belts hang in the forest, gold hairpins are buried in the snow.
宝玉看了仍不解带要问时，情知他必不肯泄露，带要丢下，又不舍。遂又往后看时，只见画着一张弓，弓上挂着香橼。
Pao Yu looked at it and was still confused. When he wanted to ask, he knew that he would not reveal it. When he was about to leave it, he would not let it go. Pao Yu looked at it and was still confused. When he wanted to ask, he knew that he would not reveal it. When he was about to leave it, he would not let it go. Then when he looked back, he saw a bough with citrons hanging on it.
也有一首歌词云：“20年来辨是非，榴花开处照宫闱。三春争及初春景，虎兕相逢大梦归。”后面又画着2人放风筝，一片大海。
There is also a lyric that says that after 20 years of distinguishing between right and wrong, the pomegranate blossoms will illuminate the palace. The 3 springs are competing for the first spring scenery, and the tiger meet each other and return home from a great dream. Later, there is a painting of 2 people flying kites and a sea.
一只大船，船中有一女子，掩面泣涕之状。也有4句写云：“才子精明稚子高，生于末世运偏消。清明涕送江边望，千里东风一梦遥。”
In a large boat, there was a woman covering her face and crying. There are also 4 sentences that say, "Talent comes from being shrewd and ambition comes from high." Born in the last days, luck has declined. I shed tears on the Qingming festival and look out to the riverside. The east wind thousands of miles away is just a dream away.
后面又画几缕飞云，一湾是水。其词曰：“富贵又何为？襁褓之间父母为。展眼吊斜晖，湘江水逝楚云飞。”后面又画着一块美玉。
Later, I painted a few wisps of flying clouds and a bay of passing water. His poem says, "What's the point of wealth and honor? Parents disobey it when they are still young. Open your eyes to see the slanting light. The water of Xiangjiang River passes by and Chu Yunfei flies away. There is another piece of beautiful jade painted on the back."
落在泥垢之中，其断语云：“玉洁何曾洁，云空未必空。可怜金玉质，终陷淖泥中。”后面忽见画着个恶狼， 追扑一美女，欲啖之意。
When it fell into the dirt, it said, "If you want to be clean, you will never be clean." The clouds are not necessarily empty. Poor gold and jade, eventually sinking into the mud. Suddenly, I saw a painting of a vicious wolf chasing a beautiful woman, as if to devour her.
其书云：“子系中山狼，得志便猖狂。金龟花柳志，一载赴黄粱。”后面便是一所古庙，里面有一美人在内看经读作。其判云
His book, Yunzi, is a wolf in Zhongshan, and he goes wild when he succeeds. The golden boudoir flower and willow quality will last for a long time. Behind is an ancient temple, inside which a beautiful woman sits alone reading sutras. Its judgment says,
看破三春景不长，恣衣顿改昔年妆。可怜绣户侯门女，独卧青灯古佛旁。后面便是一片冰山，上面有一只雌凤。其判曰
It has been discovered that the 3 spring scenes do not last long and the clothes are changed from the makeup of the past. Poor embroidered household girl, lying alone next to the ancient Buddha with a green lantern. Behind is an iceberg with a female phoenix on it. Its verdict is,
凡鸟偏从末世来，都知爱慕此生采。一从二领三人目，哭向金陵是更哀。后面又是一座荒村野店，有一美人在那里访妓。其判云
All birds have known and admired this talent since the last days. 1 follower and 2 people make 3 people dead. Crying to Jinling is even more sad. Behind is another deserted village and a shop, where a beautiful woman is spinning. Its judgment says,
是拜修云贵家往莫论亲，偶因寄流士，巧得遇恩人。后面又画着一盆茂兰，旁有一位凤冠霞帔的美人。也有判云：桃李春风结子完。
If the situation is defeated and the Yungue family is destroyed, don't talk about relatives. Occasionally, I met a benefactor due to the help of the Liu family. There is another pot of orchids painted at the back, and beside it is a beauty with a phoenix crown and a beautiful robe. There is also a judgment saying, "The spring breeze of peaches and plums has finished bearing fruit."
到头谁似一盆兰如冰水，好空相度，枉与他人作笑谈。后面又画着高楼大厦，有一美人悬梁自缢。其判云：情天情海换情深。
In the end, who is as jealous as a pot of orchids and ice water, and it is useless to joke with others. Later, there are paintings of high-rise buildings, and a beautiful woman hangs herself from a beam. The judgment goes, love in the sky, love in the sea, fantasy in the body.
情既相逢，必主吟蔓延，不笑皆容出。造性开端实在宁。宝玉还欲看时，那仙姑知他天分高明，性情隐晦， 恐把先机泄露，遂掩了卷册。
When we meet in love, we will all come out with lewd words and unfaithful words. It is really peaceful to start quarrels. When Bao Yu was still about to take a look, the fairy girl knew that he was talented and intelligent, so she concealed the book for fear of leaking the magic secret.
笑向宝玉道：“且随我去游玩奇景，何必在此打着闷葫芦？”宝玉恍恍惚惚，不觉弃了卷册，又随了警幻来至后面。但见珠帘绣幕。
Smiling at Bao Yu, he said, "Come with me to see the wonders. Why bother fighting this boring gourd here?" Bao Yu was in a trance, and unconsciously abandoned the volume, and followed Jing Huan to the back. But seeing the beaded curtain and embroidered curtain,
画栋雕檐说不尽那光瑶，朱户金铺地，雪照琼窗玉做工。更见鲜花馥郁，异草芬芳，真好个所在。又听警幻笑道：“
The painted buildings and carved eaves are indescribable. The light shakes the red doors and the gold pavement, and the snow shines on the beautiful windows and jade palaces. There are also fragrant fairy flowers and fragrant grasses. What a wonderful place!" He then heard Jing Huan laugh and say,
你们快出来迎接贵客！”一语未了，只见房中又走出几个仙子来，皆是和媚翩仙，羽衣飘舞，娇若春花，媚如秋月。一见了宝玉，
"Come out quickly to greet our distinguished guests." Before he could finish his words, he saw several more fairies walking out of the room. They were all wearing lotus robes and fluttering feathers, as beautiful as spring flowers and as charming as the autumn moon. When I saw Bao Yu,
都愿傍警幻道：“我们不知系何贵客，忙地接了出来。姐姐曾说，今日今时必有绛珠妹子的生魂前来游玩，故我等久待。”
they all complained about Jing Huan and said, "We don't know who the distinguished guest is, so we hurriedly picked him up. My sister once said that the soul of Sister Jiangzhu will come to play today, so I have been waiting for a long time."
何故反引这浊物来污染这清净女儿之境？宝玉听如此说，便吓得欲退不能退，果觉自行污秽不堪。警幻忙协助宝玉的手，向众姊妹道：
"Why do you attract this filthy matter to pollute this pure daughter's realm?" When Bao Yu heard this, he was so frightened that he couldn't retreat, and he felt that he was filthy. Jing Huan hurriedly took Bao Yu's hand and said to the sisters,
你等不知原委，今日原欲往荣府去接绛珠，是从宁府所过，偶遇宁荣二公之灵。主吴云：吴家自国朝定鼎以来，功名易世。
"You don't know what happened today. I wanted to go to Rong Mansion to pick up Jiangzhu. I happened to pass by Ning Mansion and met the spirit of Ning Rong, the second duke. He told me, my family has become famous in the world since the founding of the Ding dynasty.
富贵传流虽历百年，耐运终硕尽，不可挽回者。故遗之子孙虽多，竟无可以继业。其中唯嫡孙宝玉一人，秉性乖张，生性怪绝。
Although wealth and honor have been passed down for hundreds of years, bad luck will eventually run out and become irreversible. Therefore, although there are many descendants left behind, none can carry on the business. Among them, there is only one person, Bao Yu, who is his direct descendant. He has a perverse temperament and a strange nature.
虽聪明灵慧，略可望成，无奈无家运数河中，恐无人归隐入正。幸仙姑偶来，万望先以情欲声色戏等事，景其吃完。
Although I am somewhat smart and intelligent, I am hopeful that my family's luck will end, and I am afraid that no one will guide me into the right direction. Fortunately, the fairy lady came by chance, and Wan Wang first warned her of her stubbornness with her lust, sounds, and other things.
或能使彼跳出迷人圈子，然后入于正路，亦无兄弟之幸矣。如此主无，故发慈心，引彼至此。先以彼加上中下三等女子之中深侧己。
It may be my brother's good fortune to be able to get him out of the charming circle and onto the right path. As you have been asked to do this, out of compassion, I led him here. First, let's take the lifetime records of the upper, middle, and lower classes of women in that family.
令彼熟完尚未觉悟，故引彼在至此处，令其再立引转声色之患，或即将来一物，亦未可知也。说毕，携了宝玉入室，但闻一缕幽香。
He is familiar with it and has not yet awakened, so he is brought here again to experience the illusory sounds and colors of drinking and eating. It is also unknown whether he will realize it in the future. After that, he took the precious jade into the room. But when he smelled a faint fragrance,
竟不知其所焚何物，宝玉遂不禁相问。警幻冷笑道：“此香尘世中既无，尔何能知？此香乃系诸名山圣境内出生异会之精。”
I didn't know what kind of treasure and jade he burned, so I couldn't help but ask. Jing Huan sneered and said, "There is no such fragrance in the world. How can you know it? This fragrance is the essence of the new and unique flowers in the famous mountain resorts."
和各种宝林珠树之有所知名，群芳髓。宝玉听了，自是羡慕而已。大家入座，小丫鬟捧上茶来。宝玉自觉清香异味，纯美非常。
It is made from the oils of various Baolinzu trees and is called Chuanfang marrow. Bao Yu was just envious after hearing this. Everyone sat down and the little maid brought tea. Bao Yu felt that it had a fresh and unique fragrance, which was very pure and beautiful.
因又问何名警幻道：“此茶出在放春山浅香洞，又以鲜花灵叶上所带之素露而烹。 此茶名曰千红一窟。宝玉听了，点头称赏。
Because he asked what the name was, Jing Huan said, "This tea comes from Qinshan Cave in Fangchen Mountain, and it is cooked with the dew on the fairy leaves. The name of this tea is Qianhenggiku." Bao Yu listened, gnawed in appreciation.
因看房内瑶琴、宝鼎、古画、新诗无所不有，更系窗下亦有拓绒，连尖石字粉屋。壁上也见悬着一副对联，书云：幽微灵秀的。
After looking at the Yao Qin, tripod, ancient paintings, and new poems, there were all kinds of things in the room. I was even more delighted that there was saliva and velvet under the window, and that the dowry room was stained with powder. There is also a couplet hanging on the wall, which reads, "The land is faint and beautiful."
无可奈何，天宝玉看毕，无不羡慕。因又请问众仙姑姓名，一名痴梦仙姑，一名钟情大士，一名隐愁金女，一名妒恨菩提。
After looking at the helpless Tian Baoyu, everyone was envious. Because I also asked for the names of all the immortal ants. One is the dreaming fairy, one is the great master of love, one is the golden girl who brings sorrow, and one is the Bodhi who saves hatred.
各个道号不一少客，有小丫鬟来调桌安椅，设摆酒馔。真是琼浆满饭玻璃盏，玉液浓斟琥珀杯。更不用再说那摇转之盛。
After a while, a little maid came to set up the table, chairs, and wine and food. Really, the glass cup is filled with fine wine, and the amber cup is filled with jade liquid. Not to mention the sumptuous food.
宝玉因闻得此酒清香甘冽，异乎寻常，又不禁相问。警幻道：“此酒乃以百花之蕊、万木之枝，加以灵水之胚、凤乳之酿成。”
Bao Yu couldn't help asking because he smelled the unusually sweet and fragrant wine. Jing Huan said, "This wine is made from the stamens of hundreds of flowers, the juice of thousands of trees, the fermented grains of lin marrow, and the fermentation of phoenix milk."
因名为万宴同杯，宝玉称赏不迭。饮酒间，又有12个舞女上来，请问演何此曲？警幻道：“就将新制《红楼梦》12支演上来。”
Because it is called 10,000 beauties, the treasures and jade in the same cup are highly praised. In the drinking room, 12 more dancers came up and asked me what lyrics and music they should perform. Jing Huan said, "Just put on the 12 new productions of A Dream of Red Mansions."
舞女们答应了，便轻敲弹板，款按银筝。听他歌道是：“开辟鸿蒙方歌了一句。”警幻便说道：“此曲不比尘世中所填传奇之曲。”
The dancers agreed and then tapped the sandalwood board and pressed the silver zither, and listened to his song, "Open Up the Hongmeng." After singing a sentence, Jing Huan said, this song is no better than the legendary songs in the world.
必有生旦净末之则，又有南北九宫之县。此或咏叹一人，或感怀一事，偶成一曲，即可谱入管弦。若非各中人，不知其中之妙。
There must be the end of Xingdan and the end of pure life, and then there are the limits of the 9 palaces in the north and south. This may be a chant for a person, or a sentiment for an event, and it can be composed into a piece of music, which can then be composed into an orchestra. If you are not a person, you will not know the beauty of it.
料尔亦未必深明，此调若不先阅其稿，后听其歌，翻成绝蜡矣。说毕，回头命小丫鬟取了《红楼梦》原稿来，递与宝玉。宝玉接来。
Unexpectedly, you may not fully understand that if you don't first read the manuscript and then listen to the song, the translation will be nothing more than a piece of cake. After saying that, he turned around and ordered the little maid to take the original manuscript of Dream of Red Mansions and hand it to Bao Yu. Bao Yu received it.
一面目视其文，一面耳聆其歌曰：“《红楼梦》引子，开辟鸿蒙，谁为情种？都只为风月情浓。趁着这奈何天，伤怀日，寂寥时，是浅于中。”
While reading the text with my eyes and listening to the song with my ears, I said, Introduction to a Dream of Red Mansions opens up the world. Who is the lover? All just for the romantic love. Taking advantage of this helpless day, sad day, and loneliness, try to let go of your foolishness.
因此上演出这怀金悼玉的《红楼梦》，都道是金玉良音，俺只念木石前盟。空对着山中高士晶莹雪，终不忘世外仙姝寂寞林。
Therefore, the Dream of Red Mansions was performed in which the gold was cherished and the jade was mourned. Capitalism is a marriage of gold and jade, and I only remember the alliance between wood and stone. Facing the sky, I can see the crystal clear snow in the mountains. I will never forget the lonely forest of the fairyland.
叹人间美中不足今方信，纵然是齐眉举案，到底意难平。一个是阆苑闲趴，一个是美玉无瑕。若说没奇缘，今生偏又遇着他。
Lamenting the imperfections in the human world, only now can we believe it. Even if they raise the case together, it is difficult to settle the matter. One is the immortal flower of Lang Yuan, the other is the immaculate jade. If there was no chance of romance, would meet him again in this life.
若说有奇缘，如何心事中虚化？一个枉自嗟呀，一个空劳牵挂，一个是水中月，一个是镜中花。想眼中能有多少泪珠？
If there is a romance, how can it end up emptying out? One is complaining in vain, the other is worrying in vain. One is the moon in the water, and the other is the flower in the mirror. thinking about how many tears there can be in your eyes.
怎经的秋流到冬尽，春流到夏。宝玉听了此曲，散漫无稽，不见得好处，但其声韵凄婉，竟能销魂醉魄，因此也不查其原委，问其来历。
How can autumn flow to winter and spring to summer? After Pao Yu listened to this piece of music, he found it rambling and meaningless and not necessarily beneficial. However, the melancholy and rhyme of it made him ecstasy. Therefore, I did not investigate its origins and asked about its origins.
就暂以此事闷而已。因又看下道：喜荣华正好，恨无常又道。眼睁睁把万事全抛，当有忧把芳魂消耗。望家乡，路远山高，故乡爹娘。
I just used this to relieve my boredom for the time being, so I read the next sentence. I am happy that the glory and splendor are just right, but I hate the impermanence again. Open your eyes and throw everything away. Wandering around consumes the soul. Looking at my hometown, the road is far away and the mountains are high. So to my parents.
梦里相寻高命已入黄泉，天伦阿，需要退步抽身早。一番风雨路3000，把骨肉家园齐来抛闪。恐苦损残年，告爹娘，休把悬念。
In the dream, Xiang Sun told me that my son's life was in the grave. My family relationship needs to retreat and get out early. A journey of 3,000 winds and rains throws away all the flesh and blood and homeland. I'm afraid that crying will ruin my life. I'll tell my parents and stop worrying about my son.
自古穷通，皆有定离合，岂无缘？从今分两地，各自保平安。奴去也，莫牵连。襁褓中，父母叹双亡。纵居那绮罗丛，谁知娇养？幸生来。
Since ancient times, there have been definite separations and unions. How can it be that there is no fate? From now on, we are divided into two places, each keeping safe. I'm going to leave, don't get involved. In infancy, both parents lamented their death. Even if you live in that beautiful bush, who knows how to be pampered? Lucky to be born.
因豪阔大宽宏量，从未将儿女私情略萦心上。好一似霁月光风耀玉堂，私配的才貌仙郎，博得个地久天长，准折得幼年时坎坷形状。
A hero is magnanimous and never takes his children's personal love to his heart. It looks like the moonlight is shining brightly in the Jade Hall. If you are worthy of a talented and handsome man, you will have a long-lasting life, and you will definitely have a rough appearance in your childhood.
终究是云散高堂，水和湘江。这是尘寰中消长树应当，何必枉悲伤？气质美如兰，才华富比仙。 天生成孤僻人皆喊，你倒是淡肉食腥膻。
In the end, the clouds dispersed, Gaotang water dried up, and the Xiangjiang River dried up. This is how things should rise and fall in this world, so why be sad in vain? Her temperament is as beautiful as an orchid, and her talent is as great as that of an immortal. It is rare for people to be born solitary. You say that eating meat makes you smell bad.
是绮罗俗艳，却不知太高人欲度，过节是同弦。可叹这青灯古殿人将老，辜负了红粉朱楼春色阑。到头来，依旧是风尘肮脏为心愿。
Seeing Qi Luo and being disgusted with the common people, but not knowing that people who are too high-ranking will make them jealous, and those who live in a clean world will be disgusted with them. It's a pity that the old people in the ancient Qingdang Palace have failed to live up to the red and pink vermilion tower. In the end, it was still dusty and dirty, against my wishes.
好疑似无暇白玉遭泥陷，又何须王孙公子叹无缘。中山狼无情兽，全不念当日根由。一味的骄奢淫荡贪还购，去着那。
It's like a flawless white jade that got stuck in the mud, so why bother? Mr. Wang and son lamented that there was no chance. Zhongshan Wolf, a ruthless beast, doesn't care about the root cause of the day. Blindly arrogant, extravagant, lustful and greedy. Staring at that.
侯门宴至同蒲柳作践的公府千金四下流。探芳魂艳魄，一载荡悠悠。将那三春看破，桃红柳绿待如何？把这韶华打灭。
The beauty of a Hou family is as good as that of Puliu, and the daughter of a prince looks like a despicable person. Sighing for the beautiful soul, it has been wandering for a long time. How about seeing through the 3 springs, the pink flowers and the green willows? Destroy this youth.
你那清淡天河说什么？天上妖桃盛，云中杏蕊多。到头来，谁把秋挨过？则看那白杨村里人呜咽，清风林下鬼吟蛾。更兼着。
Looking for the pure sky and what to say, the sky is full of young peaches, and there are many apricots in the clouds. In the end, who will survive the fall? Look at that, the people in Baiyang village are sobbing, and the ghosts are moaning in the Qingfeng forest. Even more.
连天衰草遮坟墓，这的是昨贫今富人劳碌，春荣秋谢花折磨。似这般生官死劫，谁能躲？文说道：西方宝树换婆娑，上结着长生果。
The tombs are covered with decaying grass. Yesterday's poor and today's rich are toiling, and spring is prosperous and autumn flowers are tormented. Like this, who can escape from the calamity of life and death? I heard that the precious tree in the west is whistling and bears the fruit of longevity.
机关算尽太聪明，反算了卿卿性命。生前心已碎，死后性空灵。家富人宁，终有个家亡人散个奔腾。枉费了，一悬悬办事心，好一似。
The agency was too clever and calculated Qingqing's life. The heart was broken during life, and the nature is ethereal after death. A rich man is contented, but eventually a family dies and everyone goes their separate ways. It's all in vain. My mind has been hanging on my mind for half a lifetime, it seems like.
当悠悠三更梦，呼啦啦似大厦倾，昏惨惨似灯将尽。呀，一场欢喜忽悲心，叹人世终难定。刘余庆，刘余庆，呼吁恩人，姓娘亲，姓娘。
The lingering dream in the middle of the night is as if a building is falling, and it is as dark and miserable as if the lights are about to burn out. Ah! A moment of joy and sudden sadness. Sigh, the end of the world is uncertain. Stay for more than a day to celebrate, stay for a long time to celebrate, suddenly meet a benefactor, lucky to have a mother, lucky to have a mother.
亲积德因功，劝人生济困扶穷，休似俺那爱银钱忘骨肉的狠旧奸凶。正是惩除加减，尚有苍穹。敬礼恩情，更那堪梦里功名。
Accumulation of close relationships leads to yin gong. Encourage life, help the poor, don't be like my ruthless uncle who loves money and forgets your flesh and blood. It is multiplication, division, addition and subtraction, and there is a firmament above. The kindness in the mirror is even more worthy of the fame in the dream.
那美韶华去之何逊，在修题绣障冤亲。只这戴珠冠，披凤袄，也抵不了无常性命。虽说是人生莫受老来贫，也需要因智积儿孙。
How quickly did that beautiful time pass? No more rusty tents and mandarin duck quilts. Just wearing a beaded crown and wearing a phoenix coat cannot offset the impermanence of life. Although it is true, in life, you should not suffer from old age and poverty, but you also need to accumulate children and grandchildren.
气昂昂头戴簪缨，气昂昂头戴簪缨，光灿灿胸悬金印，威赫赫绝路高登，威赫赫绝路高登，昏惨惨黄泉路尽。问古来将相可还存？
Wearing a hairpin with high spirits and high spirits, wearing a hairpin with high spirits and a bright chest, a golden seal hangs on the chest. We are so powerful that we have a high rank and a high rank. We are so powerful that we have a high rank. Ask whether the ancient generals still exist.
也只是虚名儿与后人亲近画梁春，尽落香尘。善风情，秉月貌，便是败家的根本。祈求颓堕皆从敬，家世消亡守罪名。宿孽总殷勤。
It is just a false name and the admiration of future generations. the painting Liang Chun has lost its fragrance. Being good at amorous feelings and admiring the beauty is the root cause of family ruin. Ji Qiu is decadent and down, everyone is respectful, and family affairs are the first to be punished. All sins are caused by love.
为官的家业凋零，富贵的金银散尽，有恩的死里逃生，无情的分明报应。欠命的命已还，欠泪的泪已尽，冤冤相报实非轻。
The family fortune of an official will wither, the rich and noble will lose all their gold and silver, the kind will escape death, and the ruthless will have clear retribution. Those who owe life have already paid back their lives. Those who owe tears have already exhausted their tears. It is not light to retaliate against wrongs.
分离聚合，皆前定预知命短，问前生。老来富贵也真侥幸，看破的遁入空门，痴迷的枉送了性命。好一40尽鸟投林。
Separation and reunion are all predetermined. I want to know that life is short, and I ask about my past life. It is really lucky to be rich when I grow old. Those who saw through it fled into Buddhism. Those who were obsessed with it lost their lives in vain. Just like a bird that has eaten all its food and throws it into the forest.
落了片白茫茫大地，真干净戈壁，还要割复去。景欢见宝玉甚无趣味，因叹：“痴儿竟尚未悟。”那宝玉忙止歌姬，不必再唱。
After a piece of white fell, the earth is really clean. After the song, I still need to sing the chorus. Jing Huan saw that Bao Yu was very boring, so he sighed, I haven't realized it yet. Bao Yu was busy stopping the singer from singing any more.
自觉朦胧恍惚，告罪求卧。景焕便命撤去残席，送宝玉至异香闺绣阁之中，其间铺陈之盛，乃素所未见之物。更可骇者，
Feeling hazy and in a trance, I told myself to be drunk and begged to lie down. Jing Huan then ordered the remaining seats to be removed and sent the treasures and jade to Yixiang Boudoir Embroidery Pavilion. The decorations there were so grand that they had never been seen before. Even more terrifying.
早有一位女子在内，其鲜艳妩媚，又似乎宝钗，风流袅娜，则又如黛玉。正不知何意，忽景唤道：“尘世中多少富贵之家。”
There has long been a woman inside. She is bright and charming, like a treasure hairpin, elegant and graceful, and like a jade. Just when he didn't know what he meant, he suddenly warned and said, There are so many rich and noble families in this world.
那些绿窗风月、绣阁烟霞，皆被淫污玩与那些流荡女子悉皆玷辱。更可恨者，自古来多少轻薄浪子，皆以好色不淫为事。
Those green windows, wind, moon, embroidered pavilions, and mist are all defiled by lewd men and those wandering women. What's even more detestable is that since ancient times, there have been so many frivolous and prodigal sons, all of whom have used lustful but not lewd as a pretense.
又以情而不淫，作案此皆是非眼丑之余也。好色极淫，知情更淫，是以巫山之会，云雨之欢，皆由伎乐其色，复恋其情所致也。
Also, love but not obscenity. Committing crimes is not just a way of covering up one's ugliness. Being lustful is obscene, knowing is even more obscene. Therefore, the meeting in Wushan and the joy of the clouds and rain are all caused by being pleased with their appearance and falling in love with them again.
吾所爱汝者，乃天下古今第一淫人也。宝玉听了，唬得忙答道：“仙姑差了，我因懒于读书，家父母尚每垂训斥，岂敢再冒淫字？”
The person I love you is the most promiscuous person in the world, ancient and modern. Pao Yu heard this and hurriedly replied, "The fairy lady is here. Because I am too lazy to study, my parents always give me instructions, so how can I dare to use obscene words again?"
况且年纪尚小，不知淫自为何物。警唤道：“非也。淫虽一理，一则有别。如是之好淫者，不过悦容貌，喜歌舞，调笑无厌。”
Besides, I'm still young and don't know what the word "yin" is. Jing Huan said, "No." Although the principle of adultery is the same, the meaning is different. Like the prostitutes in the world, they only like to look good, like to sing and dance, and never tire of teasing.
云雨无时，恨不能尽天下之美女，供我片时之去兴。此皆皮肤淫烂之蠢物耳。如尔则天分中生成一段痴情，吾辈推之为意淫。
Yin Yu always wishes that all the beauties in the world could be used for my pleasure for a moment. These are all stupid things with lustful skin. If you are born with an infatuated love, we call it sexual infatuation.
意淫二字为心会而不可口传，可神通而不可语达。如今独得此二字，在闺阁中故可为良友，然于世道中未免迂阔怪诡。
In you, these two words can only be understood by the heart but cannot be conveyed orally, and can be expressed by supernatural powers but cannot be expressed in words. Now that you have these two words, you can be a good friend in the boudoir, but in the world, you are too cunning and weird.
百口朝谤，万目睚眦。今既欲令祖宁荣二公剖腹深主，吾不忍君独为我闺阁增光，见弃于世道，是以特引前来，醉以灵酒，尽以鲜明。
Hundreds of people ridiculed and slandered thousands of eyes. Now that I have heard the instructions of my ancestor Ningrong to perform a sarcophagus, I cannot bear the thought that you will only bring honor to my boudoir and be abandoned by the world, so I brought you here specially to get drunk with spiritual wine and refreshed with immortal tea.
经以妙曲，再将吾媚一人，汝名兼美字可亲者，许配于汝。今夕良时，即可成姻。不过令汝领略此仙闺幻境之风光尚如此。
With the help of a wonderful song, I will betroth my sister to you, who has a baby name and a beautiful Chinese character. On this good night, we can get married. But this is how you can appreciate the scenery of this fairy boudoir illusion.
何况沉静之情景哉，而今后万万解释，改悟前情，留意于孔孟之间，委身于经济之道。说必便秘授以云雨之事，推宝玉入房。
What's more, the scene in the world will never be explained in the future. Change the past situation. Pay attention to the relationship between Confucius and Mencius, and devote yourself to the economic way. After talking about constipation and teaching Yunyu, he pushed the precious jade into the room.
将门掩上自去，那宝玉恍恍惚惚，依警幻所主之言，未免有儿女之事，难以尽述。至次日，便柔情缱绻，软语温存，与可卿难解难分。
After closing the door and leaving, Bao Yu was in a trance. According to Jing Huan's instructions, it was inevitable that there would be something about his children that was difficult to describe in detail. By the next day, she was full of tenderness and gentle words, and was inseparable from Keqing.
因二人携手出去游玩之时，忽至一个所在，但见金针遍地，狼虎同群。 迎面一道黑溪阻路，并无桥梁可通。正在犹豫之间
Because the two of them went out for a walk together and suddenly came to a place. They saw thorns and thorns everywhere, wolves and tigers in the same group, and a black stream blocking the road, and there was no bridge to pass. While hesitating,
忽见警幻后面追来，告道：“快休前进，作速回头要紧。”宝玉忙止步问道：“此系何处？”警幻道：“此即迷津也，深有万丈。”
Suddenly he saw Jing Huan chasing after him and said, "Hurry up and move forward. It is important to turn back quickly." Bao Yu stopped in a hurry and asked, "Where is this connection?" Jing Huan said, "This is the maze. It is 10,000 feet deep."
遥亘千里中，无舟即可通，只有一个木筏，乃木居士掌舵，挥事者称高，不受金银之谢。 但欲有缘者渡之，而今偶游至此。
There is no boat in the distance of thousands of miles, only a wooden raft, with the layman Nogi at the helm and the grey waiter holding the pole. He will not be thanked by gold or silver, but he will be able to cross it if he meets someone who is destined to do so. You came here by chance today.
设如堕落其中，则身负我从前谆谆警戒之语矣。话犹未了，只听迷津内水响如雷， 竟有许多夜叉海鬼将宝玉拖将下去。
If you fall into it, you will be deeply betrayed by my warning words in the past. Before he finished speaking, he heard the sound of the water in the maze like thunder, and there were actually many Yiksha sea ghosts dragging Baoyu down.
吓得宝玉汗下如雨，一面失声喊叫：“可请救我！”吓得袭人被众丫鬟忙上来搂住，叫：“宝玉别怕，我们在这里。”
Baoyu was so frightened that he sweated like rain and shouted, "Please help me." He was so frightened that all the maids rushed up to hug him and shouted, "Baoyu, don't be afraid, we are here."
却说秦氏正在房外嘱咐小丫头们好生看着猫狗打架，忽听宝玉在梦中唤他的小名，因纳闷道：“我的小名这里从没人知道的。”
But he said that Mrs. Cheen was giving instructions to the little girls outside the room, watching the cats and dogs fighting, when she suddenly heard Baoyu calling his nickname in her dream, and she was puzzled and said, "No one here knows my nickname."
他如何知道在梦里叫出来？正是一场幽梦同谁尽，千古情人独我痴。第6回贾宝玉出世云雨情，刘姥姥一进荣国府。
How did he know to call it out in his dream? Exactly. Who is close to a deep dream? Lovers through the ages are alone and crazy. Chapter 6. Jia Baoyu's first trial of love in the clouds and rain. Grandma Lu enters the Rongua mansion.
却说秦氏因听见宝玉从梦中唤他的乳名，心中自是纳闷，又不好细问。彼时宝玉迷迷惑惑，若有所失。众人忙端上桂圆汤来，下了2口。
But he said that Mrs. Cheen was puzzled because she heard Baoyu calling his nickname in her dream, and it was hard to ask in detail. At that time, Baoyu was confused, as if he had lost something. Everyone hurriedly brought the longan soup and took a few sips.
遂起身整衣袭人，伸手与他系裤带时，不觉伸手至大腿处，只觉冰凉一片沾湿，唬得忙退出手来，问是怎么了。宝玉红涨了脸。
Then he stood up, finished dressing, and stretched out his hands to tie his trousers with him. When he reached his thigh, he felt it was cold and wet. He quickly withdrew his hand and asked what was wrong. Baoyu blushed.
把他的手一捻，袭人本是个聪明女子，年纪本又比宝玉大2岁，近来也见通人事，今见宝玉如此光景，心中便觉察一半了。
She was a smart woman, 2 years older than Baoyu, and had recently become more familiar with human affairs. Now that she saw Baoyu in such a state, she was half aware of it.
不觉也羞得红涨了脸面，不敢再问，仍旧理好衣裳，遂至贾母处来，胡乱吃毕了晚饭，过这边来。袭人忙趁众奶娘丫鬟不在旁时，
Unconsciously, my face flushed with embarrassment and I didn't dare to ask again. After finishing his clothes, he went to Jia Mu's place, finished his supper casually, and came over here. Shiren was busy taking advantage of the fact that all the nannies and maids were not around.
并取出一件中衣来与宝玉换上。宝玉含羞央告道：“好姐姐，千万别告诉人。”袭人一含羞笑问道：“你梦见什么故事了？”
He took out another Chinese coat and put it on with Bao Yu. Bao Yu said shyly, "Good sister, please don't tell anyone." The attacker also smiled shyly and asked, "What story did you dream about?"
是那里流出来的那些脏东西。宝玉道：“一言难尽。”说着便把梦中之事细说与袭人听了，然后说至警幻所受云雨之情。
It's the dirty things that flowed out from there. Bao Yu said, "It's hard to describe in words." As he said that, he told Shiren the details of the dream. Then he talked about the feelings of Yun Yu taught by Jing Huan.
羞得袭人掩面俯身而笑，宝玉亦素喜袭人柔媚娇俏，遂强袭人统领警幻所训云雨之事。袭人素知贾母已将自己与了宝玉的，今便如此。
Shiren was so shy that he covered his face and smiled. Bao Yu also liked Shiren's tenderness and beauty, so he forcibly attacked him and did what the police officer Huan had taught him. Shiren always knew that Jia Mu had given herself to Bao Yu, but now this is the case.
亦不为月里遂和宝玉偷视一番，幸得无人撞见。自此，宝玉视袭人更比别个不同，袭人待宝玉更为尽心。暂且别无话说。
Yu Lisui and Bao Yu secretly tried it out, but luckily no one saw them. From then on, Bao Yu regarded Shiren as more different than others, and Shiren treated Bao Yu with more sincerity. Nothing more to say for now.
按荣府中一宅人核算起来，人口虽不多，从上至下也有300-400丁，虽是不多，一天也有10-20件，竟如乱麻一般，并无个头绪可作纲领。
Although the total population of a house in Rome Mansion is not large, there are only 300 to 400 people from top to bottom. Although there are not many things, there are only 10 or 20 things a day, which is like a mess, with no clue or program.
正寻思从那一件事。 自那一个人写起方妙，恰好忽从千里之外，借之微小小一个人家，因与荣府略有些瓜葛，这日正往荣府中来。
Just when I was thinking about which person to write about, Fang Miao suddenly happened to be thousands of miles away. A small family, who had some relationship with Rongfu, was coming to Rongfu that day.
因此便就此一家说来，倒还是头绪。你道这一家姓甚名谁，又与荣府有甚瓜葛？且听细讲。方才所说的这小小之家，乃本地人士，姓王。
Therefore, we still have a clue about this family. Do you know the name of this family? and what is its connection with Rome Mansion? Listen carefully. The small family I just mentioned is a local surname, Wang.
祖上曾做过小小的一个京官，昔年与凤姐之祖王夫人之父认识，因贪王家的势力，便连了宗任作者。
My ancestor once served as a small official in the capital. In the past, he met the father of Sister Feng's ancestor, Mrs. Wang. Because he was greedy for the snobbery of the Wang family, Lian Zong recognized him as his nephew.
那时，只有王夫人之大兄凤姐之父与王夫人虽在京中的只有此一门连宗之族，余者皆不认识。目今其族已故，只有一个儿子，名唤王成。
At that time, only Mrs. Wang's eldest brother, Sister Feng's father and Mrs. Wang who were in the capital knew that there was such a connected family, and the rest did not know it. Now his ancestor is deceased and has only one son named Wang Cheng.
因家业萧条，仍搬出城外原乡中住去了。王成新近亦因病故，只有其子，小名狗。狗一生一子，小名板，嫡妻刘氏，又生一女。
Because the family business was depressed, he still moved out of the city to live in his hometown. Wang Qingxin also died of illness recently, leaving only his son, nicknamed Goer. Goer also gave birth to a son, Xiao Mingban'er, and his legitimate wife, Mrs. Lu, also gave birth to a daughter.
名唤青儿一家4口，仍以务农为业。因狗白日间又做些生计，刘氏又操警救等事，青板姊妹2个无人看管。
A family of 4 named Qing'er still work as farmers. Because the dog worked for a living during the day, and Mrs. Lu worked on the well mortar and other things, the 2 Qingban sisters were left unattended.
狗遂将岳母刘姥姥接来一处过活。这刘姥姥乃是个积年的老寡妇，膝下又无儿女，只靠2亩薄田度日。今者女婿接来养活，岂不愿意？
Goer then took his mother-in-law, Grandma Lu, to live together. Grandma Lu was an old widow with no children and lived on 2 acres of thin farmland. Now my son-in-law takes me in to support him, wouldn't he?
遂一心一计帮，趁着女儿女婿过活起来。因这年秋尽冬初，天气冷将上来，家中东事未办，狗未免心中烦虑，吃了几杯闷酒。
So he worked hard to help his daughter and son-in-law make a living. Because autumn was coming to an end this year and winter was beginning, the weather was about to get colder, and the winter things at home had not been done. The dog was worried and had a few glasses of wine.
在家闲寻气恼刘氏，也不敢顶撞，因此刘姥姥看不过，乃劝道：“姑爷，你别抻着我多嘴。咱们村庄人，那一个不是姥姥成的。”
Lu Sun was angry at home and did not dare to contradict him. Therefore, Grandma Lu couldn't see it, so she advised, "Uncle, please don't make me talk too much. Among us villagers, none of us are old and sincere."
手多大碗吃多大的饭你，皆因年小的时候拖着你那老家之福吃喝惯了，如今所以把持不住，有了钱就顾头不顾尾。
You can eat as much food as you want because when you were young, you were accustomed to eating and drinking thanks to your hometown, so now you can't control it. When you have money, you care about the beginning and not the end.
没了钱就瞎生气，成个什么男子汉大丈夫呢？如今咱们虽离城住着，终是天子脚下。这长安城中遍地都是钱。
What kind of man can you be if you just get angry when you have no money? Although we live far away from the city now, we are still at the feet of the emperor. In Chang'an City, money is everywhere.
只可惜没人会去拿去罢了，在家跳踏会子也不中用。狗听说，便急道：“你老只会炕头上混说，难道叫我打劫偷去不成？”
It's a pity that no one will take it. Even dancing at home is useless. When Goa heard about it, he said anxiously, "You always know how to fool around on the bed. Why don't you ask me to rob and steal?"
刘姥姥道：“谁叫你偷去呢？也到底想法大家裁度，不然那银子钱自己跑到咱家来不成？”狗冷笑道：“有法还等到这会子呢。”
Grandma Lu said, "Who told you to steal it? After all, we have to decide what to do, otherwise the money will come to our house on its own." Goer sneered and said, "If there's a way, I'll have to wait until now."
我又没有收税的亲戚做官的朋友，有什么法子可想的？便有，也只怕他们未必来理我们呐。刘姥姥道：“这倒不然，谋事在人。”
I don't have relatives who collect taxes or friends who are officials, so what can I do? Yes, but I'm afraid they may not pay attention to us. Grandma Lu said, "That's not the case. It's up to people to plan things."
成事在天，咱们谋到了。看菩萨的保佑，有些机会也未可知。我倒替你们想出一个机会来。当日你们原是和金陵王家连过宗的。
We have planned it in heaven. Depending on the blessing of Bodhisattva, there may be some opportunities, but we don't know. Let me think of an opportunity for you. You were originally related to the Jinling Wang family that day.
20年前，他们看成你们还好，如今自然是你们拉硬使，不肯去亲近他，故疏远起来。想当初，我和女儿还去过一遭。
20 years ago, they thought you were fine. But now of course you are the one who refuses to get close to them, so they become distant. I remember going there once with my daughter.
他们家的二小姐着实想快会待人，倒不拿大。 如今现是荣国府贾二老爷的夫人。听得说，如今上了年纪，越发怜贫虚老。
The second young lady in their family is really good at treating others, but not very good at it. Now she is the wife of Mr. Jia, heir of Rongua Mansion. I heard that now that I am getting older, I feel more compassion for the poor and the elderly.
最爱斋僧敬道，舍米舍钱的。如今王府虽升了边任，只怕这二姑太太还认得咱们。你何不去走动走动，或者她念旧有些好处。
The one who likes to give up rice and money to the fasting monk most. Now, even though the palace has been promoted to a side post, I'm afraid this second aunt still recognizes us. Why don't you go and walk around? Or he is nostalgic. There are some benefits.
也未可知，要是他发一点好心，拔一根汗毛比咱们的腰还粗呢。刘氏一旁接口道：“你老虽说的是，但只你我这样个嘴脸。”
Who knows if he shows some kindness and plucks a hair, it will be thicker than our waist. Mrs. Liu said from the side, although what you said is true, but with faces like yours and mine.
怎样好到他门上去的先不先？他们那些门上的人也未必肯去通信，没得去打嘴现世。谁知苟利民心最重，听如此一说。
No matter how easy it is to go to his door first, the people at their door may not be willing to communicate. There is no need to fight in this world. Who knew that dogs are the most interested in fame and gain? After hearing this,
心下便有些活动起来，又听他妻子这话，便笑接道：“姥姥既如此说，况且当年你又见过这姑太太一次，何不你老人家明日就走一趟？”
Hearing his wife's words, he smiled and said, "Since Grandma said so, and you met this lady once again, why don't you go there tomorrow?"
先试试风头再说。刘姥姥道：“哎呦呦，可是说的侯门深似海，我是个什么东西？他家人又不认得我，我去了也是白去的。”
Let's try the limelight first before talking about it. Grandma Liu said, "Hey." But as he said, the whole family is as deep as the sea, what am I? His family doesn't recognize me, so my going will be in vain.
狗笑道：“不妨，我教你老人家一个法子，你竟带了外孙子板儿，先去找陪房周瑞，若见了他，就有些意思了。”
Gore smiled and said, "It's okay, let me teach you a trick. You brought your grandson Banner with you and went to find your companion Zhou Roy first. If you meet him, it will be interesting."
这周瑞先时曾和我父亲教过一件事，我们极好的。刘姥姥道：“我也知道他的，只是许多时不走动，知道他如今是怎样。”
This week Ruixian had a conversation with my father about something we were very happy with. Grandma Liu said, "I know him too." It's just that he hasn't moved around for a lot of time, so he knows what he is like now.
这也说不得了，你又是个男人，又这样个嘴脸，自然去不得。我们姑娘年轻媳妇子也难卖头卖脚的，倒还是舍着我这副老脸去碰一碰。
It's no wonder that you are a man and have such a face, so naturally you can't go. It's hard for us girls, young wives, to show off their heads and feet, so I'd rather give it a try with my old face.
果然有些好处，大家都有益，便是没银子来。我也到那公府侯门见一见世面，也不枉我一生。说毕，大家笑了一回。当晚记忆已定。
Sure enough, there are some benefits that benefit everyone. Even if I don't have money, I would still go to the Duke's house and see the world. It would not be a waste of my life. After that, everyone laughed. The plan for the night was decided.
次日天未明，刘姥姥便起来梳洗了，又将板儿教训了几句。那板儿才5、6岁的孩子，一无所知，听见刘姥姥带他进城逛去。
The next day, before dawn, Grandma Lou got up to wash up and gave Banner a few lessons. The boy, who was only 5 or 6 years old, knew nothing about it. When he heard Grandma Lou taking him for a walk in the city, he
便喜得无不应承，于是刘姥姥带他进城，找至宁荣街。来至荣府大门石狮子前，只见簇簇叫马，刘姥姥便不敢过去，且掸了掸衣服。
He was so happy that everyone agreed, so Grandma Lou took him into the city and found him on Ningrong Street. When she came to the stone lion gate of Rong Mansion, she saw only clusters of sedan chairs and horses. Grandma Lou did not dare to pass by, and dusted off her clothes.
又教了板儿几句话，然后蹭到角门前，只见几个挺胸叠肚、指手画脚的人坐在大板凳上说东谈西呢。刘姥姥只得蹭上来问。
He taught Banner a few more words and then walked to the corner door. I saw a few gesticulating people sitting on big benches with their chests raised and their bellies raised, chatting about various things. Grandma Lou had no choice but to come up and ask.
太爷们那副众人打量了他一会，便问那里来的。刘姥姥陪笑道：“我找太太的陪房周大爷的，烦那位太爷替我请他老出来。”
Master Nafu, everyone looked at him for a while and then asked, "Where did he come from?" Grandma Lou said with a smile, "I am looking for my wife's roommate, Uncle Zhou, and I want that uncle to ask him to come out for me."
那些人听了都不愁彩，半日方说道：“你远远的在那墙角下等着，一会子他们家有人就出来的。”内中有一老年人说道
Those people didn't even pay attention to what they heard. Half a day later, they said, "You wait under the corner from a distance. Someone from their family will come out soon." An old man among them said,
不要误他的事，何苦耍他？因向刘姥姥道：“那周大爷已往南边去了，他在后一带住着，他娘子却在家。你要找时。”
Don't mess with him, why bother playing tricks on him? Ian said to Grandma Lou, Uncle Joe has gone south that time. He lives in the back area, but his wife is at home. When you are looking for her.
从这边绕到后街上后门上去问就是了。刘姥姥听了谢过，遂携了板绕到后门上。只见门前歇着些生意担子，也有卖吃的。
From here, just go around to the back street and ask at the back door. After hearing this, Grandma Lou thanked her, then took the board and went around to the back door. I saw some business people resting in front of the door, and some selling food.
也有卖玩耍物件的闹吵吵，30-20个小孩子在那里厮闹。刘姥姥便拉住一个道：“我问哥一声，有个周大娘可在家吗？”孩子们道。
There were also noisy sellers of playthings and 30 or 20 children having fun there. Grandma Lou grabbed one and said, "Let me ask my brother, is there Aunt Jo at home?" The children said,
那个周大娘，我们这里周大娘有3个呢，还有2个周奶奶，不知是那一行当的。刘姥姥道：“是太太的陪房周瑞。”孩子道
Aunt Jo, we have 3 Aunt Jo here, and 2 Grandma Jo. I wonder which profession they are in. Grandma Lou said, "It's my wife's companion Jo Roy." The child said,
这个容易，你跟我来。说着，跳窜窜地引着刘姥姥进了后门，至一院墙边，只与刘姥姥道：“这就是他家。”又叫道：“周大娘。”
"This is easy, come with me," he said, jumping up and down, leading Grandma Lou into the back door, to the wall of the first courtyard, pointing to Grandma Lou and saying, "This is his home." Then he called out, "Aunt Jo."
有个老奶奶来找你呢，我带了来了。周瑞家的在内听说，忙迎了出来，问是那位。刘姥姥忙迎上来问道：“好呀，周嫂子。”
There is an old lady looking for you. I brought her here. Jo Roy's family heard about it inside and hurriedly came out to greet him and asked, "Who is it?" Grandma Lou hurriedly came up to us and asked, "Okay, sister-in-law Jo."
周瑞家的认了半日，方笑道：“刘姥姥，你好呀！你说说，能几年我就忘了，请家里来坐罢。”刘姥姥一臂里走着，一臂笑说道。
Jo Roy's family recognized him for a long time before he smiled and said, "Grandma Lou, hello. You tell me, if it lasts a few years, I will forget about it. Invite your family to sit down." Grandma Lou walked side by side and said with a smile,
你老是贵人多忘事，那里还记得我们呢？说着， 来至房中。周瑞家的命故的小丫头倒上茶来吃着。周瑞家的又问板道：
You are always a noble and forgetful person, but you still remember us. He said and came to the room. The little girl hired by Zhou Rui's family poured tea and ate it. Zhou Rui's family asked Banner again.
你都长这么大了，又问些别后闲话。又问刘姥姥：今日还是路过，还是特来的？刘姥姥便说：原是特来瞧瞧嫂子你。
You have grown so big, and asked some other gossip. Then he asked Grandma Lu, Are you passing by today, or did you come here specially? Grandma Lu said, I came here specially to see you, sister-in-law.
二则也请姑太太的安，若可以领我见一见更好，若不能，便借众嫂子转之意罢了。周瑞家的听了，便已猜着几分来意。
Secondly, it would be better if my sister-in-law and could bring me to meet her. If not, I would like to express my regards to my sister-in-law. After hearing this, Zhou Rui's family already guessed the purpose of their visit.
只因昔年她丈夫周瑞争买田地一事，其中多得狗之力，今见刘姥姥如此而来，心中难却其意。二则也要显弄自己的体面。听如此说，
Just because his husband Zhou Rui had a lot of help in the fight to buy the land in the past, seeing Grandma Lu come like this, it was difficult to deny her intention, and on the other hand, she also wanted to show off her own dignity. Hearing this,
便笑说道：“姥姥，你放心，大远的诚心诚意来了，岂有个不叫你见个真佛去的呢？论理，人来客至回话，却不与我相干。”
Then he smiled and said, Grandma, don't worry. If you are sincere and sincere from afar, how can anyone not teach you to see a true Buddha? Reasoning, people come and talk to each other, but it has nothing to do with me.
我们这里都是各站一样，我们男的只管春秋两季地租子，闲时只带着小爷们出门子就完了。我只管跟太太奶奶们出门的事。
We all occupy the same place here. The men only take care of renting the land in spring and autumn. In our free time, we just take the young men out, and I only take care of going out with the wives.
皆因你原是太太的亲戚，又拿我当个人，投奔了我来，我就破个例，给你通个信去。但只一件，姥姥有所不知。
Because you were a relative of my wife and you treated me as a person and defected to me, I will make an exception and send you a message. But there is only one thing that Grandma doesn't know.
我们这里又不比5年前了，如今太太竟不大管事，星号都是琏二奶奶管家了。你道这琏二奶奶是谁？就是太太的内侄女。
Our place is no different than it was 5 years ago. Now my wife actually doesn't take care of much, and it's Grandma Lien who is the housekeeper. Who do you think this second Grandma Lien is? She is my wife's niece.
当日大舅老爷的女儿，小名凤哥的。刘姥姥听了，喊问道：“原来是她，怪道呢！我当日就说她不错呢。”这等说来，
The daughter of my uncle that day was named Brother Fong. After hearing this, Grandma Lu asked Han, "So it's him?" As for Qidao, I said that he was pretty good that day. Come to think of it.
我今儿还得见他了。周瑞家的道：“这自然的。如今太太是多心烦，有客来了，略可推得去的就推过去了，都是凤姑娘周旋迎待。”
I have to see him today. Zhou Rui's family said, "It's natural. Nowadays, my wife has many things to worry about. When guests come, she will push them over if they can be pushed away. Miss Fong is always there to welcome them."
今儿宁可不会太太，倒要见她一面，才不往这里来一遭。刘姥姥道：“阿弥陀佛，全仗嫂子方便了。”周瑞家的道：“说那里话。”
Today I would rather not have a wife but see him, so that my visit here is not in vain. Grandma Lu said, "Amitba. It's all down to my sister-in-law's convenience." Zhou Rui's family said, "Say that."
俗语说的“与人方便，自己方便”，不过用我说一句话罢了，害着我什么？说着，便叫小丫头到岛厅上悄悄地打听打听。
As the saying goes, it's convenient for others, and it's convenient for yourself. Just say a word from me. It won't harm me. As he said that, he asked the little girl to go to the living room and quietly inquire about it.
老太太屋里摆了饭了，没有小丫头去了。这里二人又说些闲话。刘姥姥因说：“这凤姑娘今年大，还不过20岁罢了，就这等有本事。”
There was food in the old lady's house and no little girl was there. Here the two of them chatted some more. Grandma Lu said, "This girl Fong is only 20 years old this year. She is so capable."
当这样的家可是难得的。周瑞家的听了道：“我的姥姥告诉不得你呢。这位凤姑娘年纪虽小，行事却比世人都大呢。”
It's rare to find a home like this. After hearing this, Zhou Rui's family said, "My grandma, I can't tell you. Although this Fong girl is young, her actions are older than those in the world."
如今出挑的美人一样的模样，少说些有10000个心眼子。再要赌口齿，10个会说话的男人也说他不过。回来你见了就信了，就只一见。
Nowadays, she looks like a standout beauty, and she has a lot of tricks to say the least. If he had to gamble on speaking, even 10 men who could speak could not beat him. You will believe it when you see it when you come back. Just one piece.
待下人未免太严些个说着，只见小丫头回来说：“老太太屋里已摆完了饭了，二奶奶在太太屋里呢。”周瑞家的听了，连忙起身。
He said that it would be too strict to treat the servants, but the little girl came back and said, "The meal has been laid out in the old lady's room, and the second grandmother is in the madam's room." After hearing this, Zhou Rui's family stood up quickly and
催着刘姥姥说：“快走，快走！这一下来，他吃饭是个空子，咱们先赶着去。若迟一步，回事的人也多了，难说话。再歇了中觉。”
urging Grandma Lu, "Go quickly, go quickly. Now he has a chance to eat, so let's go first. If you are late, there will be too many people involved and it will be difficult to talk. Then take a rest and take a nap."
越发没了时候了，说着一齐下了炕，打扫衣服，又教了板几句话，随着周瑞家的逶迤往贾琏的住处来，先到了道厅。
As time ran out, they all got off the Kong, cleaned their clothes, taught Banner a few words, and followed Zhou Rui's family, meandering to Jiao Lian's residence. We arrived at the downstairs hall first.
周瑞家的将刘姥姥安插在那里，略等一等，自己先过了影壁，进了院门，知凤姐未下来，先找着凤姐的一个心腹通房大丫头，名换皮儿的。
Zhou Rui's family put Grandma Lu there and waited for a while before she passed the screen wall and entered the courtyard gate. Knowing that Sister Feng had not come down yet, she first found one of Sister Feng's confidants named Pinger.
周瑞家的先将刘姥姥起出来历说明，又说：“今日大远的特来请安，当日太太是常会的，今日不可不见，所以我带了她进来了。”
The first general of Zhou Rui's family explained the origin of Grandma Lu and said, "Today, I came from Dayuan to say hello. My wife was a regular visitor that day, and it was necessary to see her today, so I brought him in."
等奶奶下来，我细细回明，奶奶想也不责备我莽撞的。平儿听了，便做了主意，叫他们进来，先在这里坐着就是了。
When Grandma came down, I looked back carefully. Grandma didn't even think about scolding me for being reckless. After hearing this, Pinger made up his mind, asked them to come in and sit here first.
周瑞家的听了，方出去引他两个进入院来。上了正房台基，小丫头打起猩红毡帘，才入堂屋，只闻一阵香扑了脸来，竟不辨是何气味。
After hearing this, Zhou Rui's family went out to lead the two of them into the courtyard. After going to the main room, Taiji, the little girl, opened the scarlet felt curtain and then entered the main room. After hearing this, Zhou Rui's family went out to lead the two of them into the courtyard. After going to the main room, Taiji, the little girl, opened the scarlet felt curtain and then entered the main room. She only smelled a burst of incense and hid her face, but she didn't know what the smell was.
身子如在云端里一般，满屋中之物都耀眼争光的，使人头眩目眩。刘姥姥此时唯点头咂嘴念佛而已。于是来至东边这间屋内。
His body felt like he was in the clouds, and everything in the room was dazzling, making people's heads dazzle. At this time, Grandma Lu just nodded and smacked her lips while chanting Buddha's name. So I came to this room on the east side.
乃是假脸的女儿戴姐儿睡觉之所皮儿站在炕沿边，打量了刘姥姥两眼，只得问个好让座。刘姥姥见平儿变身绫罗，插金戴银。
It was where Jiao Lian's daughter, eldest sister, slept. Ping-er stood on the edge of the Kong, looked at Grandma Lu, and had to ask if she could sit down. Grandma Lu saw Ping-er covered in silk and silk, decorated with gold and silver.
花容玉貌的，便当是凤姐儿了。才要称姑奶奶，忽见周瑞家的称她是平姑娘，又见平儿赶着周瑞家的称周大娘。
The pretty lady is Sister Feng. Just when he was about to call him aunt, he suddenly saw the Zhou Rui family calling him Miss Ping, and then saw Ping-er driving the Zhou Rui family to call him Aunt Zhou.
方知不过是个有些体面的丫头了，于是让刘姥姥和板儿上了炕，平儿和周瑞家的对面坐在炕沿上。小丫头子斟了茶来吃茶。
Knowing that she was just a decent girl, she asked Grandma Lu and Banner to get on the Kong. Ping-er and Zhou Rui's family sat across from each other on the edge of the Kong, and the little girl poured tea and drank it.
刘姥姥只听见咯当咯当的响声，大有似乎达罗柜筛面的一般，不免东瞧西望的。忽见堂屋中柱子上挂着一个匣子。
Grandma Lu only heard a loud clanking sound, as if the sieve of the basket was being shaken, and she couldn't help but look around. Suddenly I saw a box hanging on a pillar in the main room.
底下又坠着一个秤砣般一物，却不住的乱晃。刘姥姥心中想着，这是什么爱物？有甚用的？正呆时，只听得当的一声。
There was another weight-like object falling underneath, but it couldn't hold it. Grandma Lu thought in her heart, "What kind of love thing is this? What is its use?" When she was stunned, she only heard a proper sound.
又若金钟铜磬一般，不妨倒虎的一眨眼，接着又是一连8、9下。方欲问时，只见小丫头子们齐乱跑，说：“奶奶下来了。”
Or if a golden bell or a bronze chime is used, it will open its eyes unexpectedly. Then 8 or 9 times in a row. When Fong wanted to ask, he saw the little girls running around, saying, "Grandma's down."
周瑞家的雨萍儿忙起身命刘姥姥只管等着，是时候我们来请你。说着，都迎出去了。刘姥姥平生侧耳默后，只听远远有人笑声。
Eupinger of Zhou Rui's family got up and ordered Grandma Lu, "Just wait, it's time for us to invite you." With that, they all went out to welcome you. Grandma Lu waited in silence. I just heard someone laughing in the distance.
约有10-20妇人衣裙，渐入堂屋，往那边屋内去了。又见2-3个妇人都捧着大旗捧盒进这边来等候。
About 10 or 20 women in dresses gradually entered the main room and went to the other side of the room. I saw 2 or 3 more women, all holding large lacquer boxes, coming in to wait.
听得那边说了声摆饭，渐渐的人才散出，只有伺候端菜的几个人。半日鸦雀不闻之后，忽见2人抬了一张炕桌来，放在这边炕上。
After hearing the words, "Place the food over there," people gradually dispersed, leaving only a few people serving the dishes. After half a day of silence, I suddenly saw 2 people carrying a Kong table and placing it on this side of the Kong.
桌上碗盘森列，仍是满满的鱼肉在内，不过略动了几样。板儿一见了，便吵着要肉吃，刘姥姥一巴掌打了他去。
The bowls and plates on the table were still full of fish, but a few things had been slightly changed. When Banner saw him, he clamored for meat, and Grandma Lu slapped him.
忽见周瑞家的笑嘻嘻走过来，招手叫他。刘姥姥会意，于是带了板下炕，至堂屋中。周瑞家的又和他叽咕了一会，方过这边屋里来。
Suddenly he saw a smiling member of Zhou Rui's family coming over and waving to him. Grandma Lu understood, so she took Banner off the Kong and went to the main room. Zhou Rui's family chatted with him for a while before passing through the room.
只见门外赞同沟上悬着大红撒花软帘南窗下是炕，炕上大红毡条，靠东边板壁立着一个锁紫锦靠背与一个银枕。
I saw a bright red flower-spreading soft curtain hanging on a chiseled copper hook outside the door. Under the south window was a Kong with red felt strips on it. There was a lock brocade backrest and a pillow on the east wall.
铺着金心绿闪缎大坐褥，旁边有雕漆弹盒。那凤姐家常戴着秋板雕鼠昭君套，围着攒珠乐子，穿着桃红撒花袄，石青缂丝灰鼠披风。
There is a carved lacquer sputum box next to the large couch covered with green shiny satin with a gold heart. Sister Feng always wears a sable Zhaojun suit with autumn boards, surrounded by Zalizi, a peach-red flowered jacket, and a chinchilla cloak carved with stone and blue silk.
大红扬皱银鼠皮裙，粉光之艳，端端正正坐在那里，手内拿着小铜火珠儿拨手炉内的灰。 平儿站在炕沿边，捧着小小的一个田七茶盘。
The bright red crepe ermine skirt was bright and pink, and she was sitting there upright, holding a small copper poker in her hand to stir up the ashes in the stove. Pinger stood on the edge of the Kong, holding a small lacquered tea tray.
盘内一个小盖中，凤姐也不接茶，也不抬头，只管拨手炉内的灰，慢慢地问道：“怎么还不请进来？”一面说，一面抬身要茶匙。
There was a little girl on the plate, Sister Zhong Feng, who neither took the tea nor raised her head. She just pushed the ashes in the stove and asked slowly, "Why aren't you invited in?" As she said this, she raised her head to ask for tea.
只见周瑞家的已带了2个人在地下站着呢，这才忙于起身。犹未起身时，满面春风的问好，又趁着周瑞家的怎么不早说。
I saw that Zhou Rui's family had brought 2 people standing underground, and then he was about to get up. Before he got up, he greeted Zhou Rui's family with a cheerful face, and asked Zhou Rui's family why they didn't say it earlier.
刘姥姥在地下已是拜了数拜，问姑奶奶安。凤姐忙说：“周姐姐，快搀起来，别拜罢，请坐。我年轻，不大认得，可也不知是什么辈数。”
Grandma Lu had already paid her respects several times underground to say hello to her aunt. Sister Feng said hurriedly, "Sister Zhou, please help me. Please sit down. I am young and don't know much about you, but I don't know what generation you are from."
不敢称呼周瑞家的，忙回道：“这就是我才回的那姥姥了。”凤姐点头。刘姥姥已在炕沿上坐了，板儿便躲在背后。
The person who didn't dare to address Zhou Rui's family hurriedly replied, "This is the grandma I just returned to." Sister Feng nodded. Grandma Lu has already sat on the edge of the Kong. Banner hid behind her.
百般的哄她出来作揖，她死也不肯。凤姐笑道：“亲戚们不大走动，都疏远了。知道的呢，说你们气厌我们，不肯常来。”
I tried every possible means to coax him to come out and worship him, but he still refused to die. Sister Feng said with a smile, "My relatives don't move around very much and are all alienated. You know, they say you dislike us and don't want to come often."
不知道的那起小人，还只当我们眼里没人似的。刘姥姥忙念佛道：“我们家道艰难，走不起，来了这里，没得给姑奶奶打嘴。”
The villain who didn't know about it just treated us as if he was no one. Grandma Lu hurriedly chanted Buddha's name and said, "Our family is in a difficult situation and cannot afford to walk. When we come here, we have nothing to give my aunt."
就是管家爷们看着也不像凤姐，笑道：“这话没得叫人恶心。不过借赖着祖父虚名，做了穷官，谁家有什么？”
Even the housekeepers don't look like Sister Fong. She said with a smile, "It's not disgusting to say this. But relying on my grandfather's false reputation to become a poor official, whoever has what?"
不过是个旧日的空架子。俗语说，朝廷还有三门子穷亲戚的呢，何况你我。说着，又问周瑞家的回了太太了没有。周瑞家的道
"It's just an old empty saying. The imperial court still has poor relatives from 3 families, let alone you and me." As he said that, he asked Zhou Rui's family if his wife had returned. Zhou Rui's family said,
如今等星号示下凤姐道：“你去瞧瞧，要是有人有事就罢，得闲的就回，看怎么说。”周瑞家的答应着去了。
"Now, wait for the mother to give instructions." Sister Fong said, "Go and take a look. If anyone has something to do, just come back when you have time. Let's see what to say." Zhou Rui's family agreed and went.
这里凤姐叫人抓些果子与板吃，刚问些闲话时，就有家下许多媳妇管事的来回话。平儿回了，凤姐道：“我这里陪客呢，晚上再来回。”
Here, Sister Fong asked someone to catch some fruits to eat with Banner. When she just asked some gossip, there were many wives in charge of the family replying. When Pinger returned, Sister Fong said, "I'm here to accompany guests, and I'll come back in the evening."
若有很要紧的，你就带进来现办。平儿出去了，一会进来说：“我都问了，没什么紧事，我就叫他们散了。”凤姐点头。
If there is something very important, bring it in and deal with it immediately. Pinger went out and came in after a while and said, "I asked them all. It's nothing important, so I told them to disperse." Sister Fong nodded.
只见周瑞家的回来，向凤姐道：“太太说了，今日不得闲，二奶奶陪着便是一样。多谢费心想着，白来逛逛的便罢，若有甚说的。”
I saw Zhou Rui's family come back and say to Sister Fong, "My wife said that I have no time today, so I am with my second grandma. Thank you for thinking about it. It's just a walk around for free. If you have anything to say."
只管告诉二奶奶，都是一样。刘姥姥道：“也没甚说的，不过是来瞧瞧姑太太、姑奶奶，也是亲戚们的情分。”周瑞家的道
It's the same no matter what I tell my second grandma. Grandma Lu said, "I don't have much to say, but I just came to see my aunt, and my relatives." Zhou Rui's family said.
没甚说的，便罢。若有话，只管回二奶奶，是和太太一样的。一面说，一面递眼色与刘姥姥。刘姥姥会意，未语先绯红的脸。
It's okay to say nothing. If you have anything to say, just go back to the second grandma. She is the same as the wife." As he said this, he winked at Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu understood and her face turned red before she said a word.
欲待不说，今日又所谓何来？只得忍耻说道：“论里今儿初次见姑奶奶，却不该说，只是大远的奔了你老这里来，也少不得说了。”
If you don't want to wait, why are you here today? He had no choice but to endure the shame and said, "I met my aunt for the first time today, but I shouldn't have said it. I just came all the way to your hometown, so I had to say it."
刚说到这里，只听二门上小厮们回说，东府里的小大爷进来了。凤姐忙指刘姥姥，不必说了，一面便问：“你容大爷在那里呢？”
Just when I said this, I heard the servants at the second door reply, "The young master from Dongfu has come in." Sister Feng stopped Grandma Lu quickly. No need to say it. Then she asked, "Where is your Uncle Rong?"
只听一路靴子脚响进来了一个17、18岁的少年，面目清秀，身材俊俏，轻裘宝带，美肤华冠。刘姥姥此时坐不是，立不是。
I heard the sound of boots and feet walking in. A young man of 17 or 18 years old came in. He had a handsome face, a handsome figure, a light fur belt, and beautiful clothes. Grandma Lu couldn't sit or stand at this time.
藏没处藏凤姐笑道：“你只管坐着，这是我侄儿。”刘姥姥方扭扭捏捏在炕沿上坐了。贾蓉笑道：“我父亲打发我来求婶子。”
Sister Zongfeng smiled and said, "Just sit down, this is my nephew." Grandma Lu sat down on the edge of the Kong. Jia Rong smiled and said, "My father sent me to beg my aunt."
说上回老舅太太给婶子的那架玻璃炕屏，明日请一个要紧的客，借了略摆一摆就送过来。凤姐道：“说迟了一日。”
He said that the glass Kong screen that my uncle and his wife had given to my aunt last time was for an important guest tomorrow, so she borrowed it and put it around for a while before sending it over. Sister Feng said, "I'm a day late."
昨已经给了人了。贾蓉听着，嘻嘻地笑着，在炕沿上半跪道：“婶子若不借，又说我不会说话了，又挨一顿好打呢。”
He had already given it to someone yesterday. Jia Rong listened, smiled happily, half knelt on the edge of the Kong and said, "If Aunt doesn't borrow it, she says I can't speak, and I will be beaten again."
婶子只当可怜侄儿罢。凤姐笑道：“也没见你们王家的东西都是好的不成？你们那里放着那些好东西，只是看不见。”
The aunt just thought she was pitiful for her nephew. Sister Feng said with a smile, "I haven't seen you either. Are the Wang family's things all good? You have those good things there, but you can't see them."
骗我的就是好的。贾蓉笑道：那里有这个好呢？只求开恩罢。凤姐道：若碰一点儿，你可仔细你的皮。
Jia Rong, who prefers me, said with a smile, there is this one over there. Just ask for mercy. Sister Feng said, if you touch it a little, you should watch your skin carefully.
因命平儿拿了楼房的钥匙，传几个妥当人抬去。贾蓉喜得眉开眼笑，说：我亲自带了人拿去，别由他们乱碰。说着便起身出去了。
Because Ming Pinger took the key to the building and passed it to a few proper people to carry it. Jia Rongxi smiled happily and said, I personally took someone to take it, don't let them touch it randomly. With that said, he got up and went out.
这里凤姐忽又想起一事来，便向窗外叫：荣哥回来。外面几个人接声说：荣大爷快回来。贾蓉忙俯身转来，垂手侍立。
Here, Sister Feng suddenly remembered something and called out of the window, Brother Rong is back. Several people outside said, Uncle Rong, come back soon. Jia Rong hurriedly turned around and stood with his hands lowered.
听和只是那凤姐只管慢慢的吃茶，出了半日的神，又笑道：罢了，你且去罢。晚饭后你来再说罢。这会子有人，我也没精神了。
After listening to his instructions, Sister Feng just drank her tea slowly. She lost her consciousness for a long time and then smiled and said, That's all, you can go ahead. You can come back after dinner and talk about it. There is someone here right now, and I have no energy left.
贾蓉应了一声方，慢慢的退去。这里刘姥姥心神方定，才又说道：今日我带了你侄儿来，也不为别的，只因他老子娘在家里。
Jia Rong responded and then slowly retreated. Here, Grandma Lu calmed down and said, I brought your nephew here today for no other reason than because his mother is at home.
连吃的都没有，如今天又冷了，越想没个派头，只得带了你侄儿奔了你姥来。说着又推板道：你那爹在家怎么教你来？
We don't even have anything to eat, and now it's cold again. The more I think about it, the more I don't have any sense of style, so I have no choice but to take your nephew with me. Then he pushed the board and said, How can your father teach you at home?
打发咱们做啥事来，只顾吃果子咧。凤姐早已明白了，听他不会说话，阴笑只道：不必说了，我知道了。因问周瑞家的。
Send us to do evil things just to eat the fruit. Sister Feng had already understood. Hearing that he couldn't speak, she stopped laughing and said, No need to say it, I understand. Because I asked Zhou Roy's family.
这姥姥不知可用了早饭没有？刘姥姥忙说道：“一早就往这里赶咧，那里还有吃饭的功夫咧？” 凤姐听说，忙命快传饭来。
Grandma, I wonder if you can have breakfast? Grandma Lu said hurriedly, I rushed here early in the morning. There is still time to eat there. Sister Feng heard that she was busy and quickly delivered the meal.
一时周瑞家的传了一桌客饭来摆在东边屋内，过来带了刘姥姥和板儿过去吃饭。凤姐说道：“周姐姐，好生让着些儿，我不能陪了。”
Suddenly, Zhou Rui's family passed a table of guest meals to the east room and brought Grandma Lu and Banner over to eat. Sister Feng said, Sister Zhou, please give in, I can't accompany you anymore.
于是过东边房里来，又叫过周瑞家的去，问他才回了太太，说了些什么。周瑞家的道：“太太说，他们家原不是一家子，不过因出一姓。”
So he came to the east room and called Zhou Rui's family to ask his wife what he had said just before he returned home. Zhou Rui's family said, My wife said that their family is not the same family, but because they have the same surname.
当年又与太老爷在一处做官，偶然连了宗的。这几年来也不大走动，当时他们来一遭，却也没空了他们。今儿既来了，瞧瞧我们。
At that time, he and his wife were working together as officials and got connected by chance. I haven't moved around much in the past few years. At that time, they came once, but they were not available. Now that you are here and have a look at us.
是他的好意思，也不可减慢了他。便是有什么说的，叫奶奶裁度着就是了。凤姐听了说道：“我说呢，既是一家子。”
Even if he means well, don't be rude to him. If you have anything to say, just ask Grandma to decide. After hearing this, Sister Feng said, I mean, since we are a family.
我如何连营也不知道说话时，刘姥姥已吃毕了饭，拉了板儿过来，舌咂嘴的道谢。凤姐笑道：“且请坐下，听我告诉你老人家。”
When I didn't even know how to speak, Grandma Lu had already finished her meal, pulled the board over and smacked her lips in thanks. Sister Feng smiled and said, Please sit down and listen to what I tell you, old man.
方才的意思我已知道了。若论亲戚之间，原该不等上门来，就该有照应才是。但如今家内杂事太繁，太太见上了年纪。
I already know what you meant just now. When it comes to relatives, they should be taking care of them before they even come to the door. But now the chores at home are too much and my wife is getting older.
一时想不到，也是有的况是我进来接着管些事，都不知道这些亲戚们。二则外头看着虽是烈烈轰轰的，殊不知大有大的艰难去处。
What I didn't expect is that I have been taking care of some things lately and I don't even know about these relatives. Secondly, although it looks fierce and roaring outside, No one knows that there are great difficulties ahead.
说与人也未必信罢，今儿你既老远的来了，又是头一次见我张口，怎好叫你空回去呢？可巧昨太太给我的丫头们做衣裳的20两银子。
People may not believe it even if I say it. Now that you have come all the way, and it is the first time you have seen me open my mouth, how can I ask you to go back in vain? Fortunately, yesterday my wife gave me 20 taels of silver to make clothes for my girls.
我还没动呢，你若不嫌少，就暂且先拿了去罢。那刘姥姥先听见告艰难，只当是没有，心里便突突的。后来听见给她20两。
I haven't moved yet. If you don't mind it being too little, just take it first. Grandma Lou first heard that he was complaining about the difficulty, but she just thought it was not true, and her heart skipped a beat. Later she heard that she would give him 20 taels.
喜得又浑身发痒起来，说道：“哎，我也是知道艰难的，但俗语说的‘瘦死的骆驼比马大’，凭他怎样？”
He was so happy that he felt itchy all over and said, "Hey, I also know how difficult it is. But as the saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. No matter what he does."
你老拔根汗毛比我们的腰还粗呢。周瑞家的见他说的粗鄙，只管使眼色指他。凤姐看见，笑而不睬，只命平儿把昨那包银子拿来。
Your hair is thicker than our waist. Zhou Rui's family saw that he was speaking vulgarly and just winked at him. When Sister Feng saw it, she smiled and ignored him. She just ordered Pinger to bring the bag of silver from yesterday.
再拿一吊钱来，都送到刘姥姥的跟前。凤姐乃道：“这是20两银子，暂且给这孩子做件冬衣罢。若不拿着，就真是怪我了。”
Bring another bucket of money and send it to Grandma Lou. Sister Feng said, "This is 20 taels of silver. Let's make a winter coat for this child. If you don't take it, it's really my fault."
这前雇车作罢，改日无事，只管来逛逛，方是亲戚们的意思。天也晚了，也不须留你们了，到家里该问好的问个好罢。一面说
With this money, I can hire a car and have nothing to do the rest of the day. I just come here for a stroll, as my relatives want me to do. It's getting late, so there's no point in keeping you here. It's time to say hello to you when you get home. On the one hand, he said,
一面就站了起来。刘姥姥只管千恩万谢的拿了银子钱，随了周瑞家的来至外面。周瑞家的道：“我的娘啊，你见了他，怎么倒不会说了？”
As he stood up, Grandma Lou thanked her profusely, took the money, and followed Zhou Rui's family outside. Zhou Rui's family said, "My mother. Why didn't you tell him when you saw him?"
开口就是你侄儿，我说句不怕你恼的话，便是亲侄儿，也要说和软些。容大爷才是他的正经侄儿呢。
The first thing to say is, your nephew. I'm not afraid of annoying you. Even a nephew should be gentler. Uncle Roan is his serious nephew.
他怎么又跑出这么一个侄儿来了？刘姥姥笑道：“我的嫂子，我见了她，心眼里爱还爱不过来，那里还说得上话来呢。”二人说着
Why did he have such a nephew again? Grandma Lu said with a smile, my sister-in-law. When I met her, I couldn't help but fall in love with him, and I can still talk to him. The two said.
又到周瑞家做了片时，刘姥姥便要留下1块银子与周瑞家孩子们买果子吃。周瑞家的如何放在眼里，执意不肯。刘姥姥感谢不尽。
After sitting at Zhou Rui's house for a while, Grandma Lu wanted to leave a piece of silver to buy fruit for Zhou Rui's children to eat. However, Zhou Rui's family took it seriously and refused. Grandma Lu can't thank you enough.
仍从后门去了正室，得意农时一接济，受恩深处胜亲朋。第7回宋宫花贾琏戏西凤，燕宁府宝玉会秦钟话说周瑞家的送了刘姥姥去后。
Still going through the back door is exactly this. When you are proud, it is easy to help, and when you are deeply favored, it is better than relatives and friends. Chapter 7. Sending the palace beauties Jiao Yan to play with Shifeng. Bao Yu from the Yawning Mansion met with Qin Zhong and said that after the Zhou Rui family sent off Grandma Lu,
便上来回王夫人话，谁知王夫人不在上房，问丫鬟们时，方知往薛姨妈那边闲话去了。周瑞家的听说，便转出东角门至东院。
I went up to talk to Mrs. Wang, but I didn't know that Mrs. Wang was not in the upper room. When I asked the maids, I found out that she had gone to Aunt Shui to chat. When Zhou Rui's family heard about it, they turned out of the east corner gate and went to the east courtyard.
往梨香院来，刚至院门前，只见王夫人的丫鬟名金钏者和一个才留了头的小女孩站在台阶坡上玩。见周瑞家的来了，便知有话回。
When I arrived at Lixianjuan, I saw Mrs. Wang's maid named Jean Schwanner and a little girl who had just grown her hair standing on the slope of the steps. When I saw Zhou Rui's family coming, I knew I had something to say.
因向内奴嘴周瑞家的轻轻先连进去，只见王夫人和薛姨妈长篇大套地说些家务人情等语，周瑞家的不敢惊动，遂进里间来。
Because she was naughty, Zhou Rui's family gently opened the curtain and went in. They saw Mrs. Wang and Aunt Shui talking at length about housework and favors. Zhou Rui's family didn't dare to disturb them, so they came into the inner room.
只见薛宝钗穿着家常衣服，头上执伞挽着，坐在炕里边， 伏在小炕桌上同丫鬟婴儿正描花样子呢。见他进来，宝钗才放下笔。
I saw Xue Baochai wearing homely clothes with only a loose armband on her head, sitting in the Kong, leaning on the small Kong table and tracing flowers with her maid Inger. Seeing him come in, Baochai put down his pen and
转过身来，满面堆笑让周姐姐坐。周瑞家的也忙陪笑问：“姑娘好。”一面炕沿上坐了。因说
He turned around and said with a smile on his face, Sister Zhou, sit down. Zhou Rui's family also hurriedly smiled and asked, How are you, miss? He sat down on the edge of the Kong and said,
这有2、3天也没见姑娘到那边逛逛去，只怕是你宝兄弟冲撞了你不成？宝钗笑道：“那里的话，只因我那种病又发了。”
I haven't seen the girl strolling there for the past 2 or 3 days. Is it possible that your brother Bao bumped into you? Bao Chai said with a smile, That's right. It's just because my disease has recurred.
所以这2天没出屋子，周瑞家的道：“正是呢，姑娘到底有什么病歌，也该趁早请个大夫来，好生开个方子，认真吃几剂。”
So Zhou Rui, who had not left the house for the past 2 days, said, That's right. What is the root of the girl's disease? It's time to call a doctor as soon as possible to prescribe a prescription and take a few doses carefully.
一事儿除了根，才是小小的年纪，倒做下个病根也不是完的。宝钗听了便笑道：“再不要提吃药，为这病，请大夫吃药。”
The root cause of a trend is that it turns into the root of the disease at a young age, and it is not stubborn. Bao Chai laughed after hearing this and said, Don't mention taking medicine again. Ask the doctor to give you medicine for this disease.
也不知白花了多少银子钱呢，凭你什么名医仙药，从不见一点效。后来还亏了一个秃头和尚，说专治无名之症，因请他看了。
I don't know how much money I've spent in vain. Your famous doctors and elixirs never seem to have any effect. Later, I was befriended by a bald monk who said he specializes in curing unknown diseases, so I asked him to see me.
他说：“我这是从胎里带来的一股热毒，性儿先天壮，还不相干，若吃寻常药是不中用的。”他就说了一个海上方。
He said that it was a heat poison brought from my womb and I was lucky to be born strong, so it had nothing to do with it. If I took ordinary medicine, it would be useless. He just said a place above the sea.
又给了一包药沫子做引子，一香一气的，不知是那里弄了来的。他说发了时吃1丸就好，倒也奇怪，吃他的药倒效厌些。
I also gave him a packet of powdered medicine as an introduction to the fragrance. I don't know where it was obtained. He said just take one pill when you feel sick. It's strange that taking his medicine is more effective.
周瑞家的因问不知是个什么海上方儿。姑娘说了，我们也记着，说与人知道，倘遇见这样病，也是行好的事。宝钗见问，乃笑道
Zhou Rui's family asked, I wonder what kind of seaside place it is. The girls said it, and we will also remember it. She said it to let people know that if you encounter such a disease, it is a good thing. When Bao Chai asked, he smiled and said,
不用这方儿还好，若用了这方儿，真把人琐碎死。东西药料一概都有限，只难得可巧二字，要春天开的白牡丹花蕊12两。
It's okay if you don't use this recipe. If you use this recipe, it's really trivial. All medicinal materials are limited, and there are only 2 words. Kuqiao, I want 12 tails of white peony stamens that bloom in spring.
夏天开的白荷花蕊12两，秋天的白芙蓉蕊12两，冬天的白梅花蕊12两。将这4样花蕊于次年春分这日晒干，合在药末子一处。
There are 12 tails of white lotus stamens that bloom in summer, 12 tails of white hibiscus stamens that bloom in autumn, and 12 tails of white plum blossoms that bloom in winter. Dry these 4 flower stamens on the spring equinox of the following year, and put them together with the medicinal powder.
一起演好，又要雨水这日的雨水12钱。周瑞家的忙道：“哎呦，这么说来，这就得3年的功夫。倘或雨水这日竟不下雨。”
After grinding it together, we need 12 qian for the rainwater today. Zhou Rui's family hurriedly said, Hey! In this case, it will take 3 years. If it doesn't rain on this day,
这却怎出呢？宝钗笑道：“虽说那里有这样可巧的雨，便没雨也只好再等罢了。白露这日的露水12钱，霜降这日的霜12钱。”
What's wrong with this? Bao Chai laughed and said, So if there is such a coincidence of rain, if it doesn't rain, we have to wait. The dew on the white dew day is 12 qian, and the frost on the frost day is 12 qian.
小雪这日的雪12钱，把这4样水调匀，糊了药，再加12钱蜂蜜，12钱白糖，完了龙眼大的丸子，盛在旧瓷坛内，埋在花根底下。
Xiaoshua's snow 12 qian today. Mix these 4 kinds of water thoroughly, mix the medicine, add 12 qian honey, 12 qian white sugar, and make longan-sized balls. Put them in an old porcelain jar and bury them under the flower roots.
若发了病时，拿出来吃1碗，用12分黄柏煎汤送下。周瑞家的听了，笑道：“阿弥陀佛，真坑死人的事儿。”
If you are sick, take a pill and decoct it with 12 fen of cork. Zhou Rui's family laughed and said, Ba, this is really a trick.
等10年未必都这样巧的呢。宝钗道：“竟好，自他说了去后，12年间可巧都得了，好容易配成一料。如今从南带至北。”
Bao Chai said, It's so good. After he said he would go, in the past 1 or 2 years, all the coincidences have happened, and it's easy to make them into one. Now from the south to the north.
现在就埋在梨花树底下呢。周瑞家的又问道：“这药可有名字没有呢？”宝钗道：“有，这也是那赖头和尚说下的，叫做冷香丸。”
Now it is buried under the pear tree. Zhou Rui's family asked again, Does this medicine have a name? Bao Chai said, Yes. This is also what the skinny-headed monk said. It's called Lengxiang Wan.
周瑞家的听了点头，因又说：“这病发了时，到底觉怎么着？”宝钗道：“也不觉甚怎么着，只不过喘嗽些，吃一丸下去也就好些了。”
After hearing this, Zhou Rui's family nodded and asked again, What do you feel when this disease occurs? Bao Chai said, I don't know what's wrong. I just have a bit of breath and cough, and it will be better after taking 1 pill.
周瑞家的还欲说话时，忽听王夫人问：“谁在房里呢？”周瑞家的忙出去答应了，趁便回了刘姥姥之事。略待半刻，见王夫人无语。
When Zhou Rui's family was about to speak, they suddenly heard Mrs. Wang ask, Who is in the room? Zhou Rui's family hurriedly went out and agreed, and took the opportunity to return to Grandma Lu's business. After waiting for a while, Mrs. Wang was speechless.
方玉退出，薛姨妈忽又笑道：“你且站住，我有一宗东西，你带了去罢。”说着便叫香菱。只听帘笼响处，
Just as he was about to withdraw, Aunt Shuai suddenly smiled and said, Stop. I have something, just take it with you. She called Xiang Ling. Just listen to the sound of the curtain.
方才和金串玩的那个小丫头进来了，问：“奶奶叫我做什么？”薛姨妈道：“把匣子里的花儿拿来。”香菱答应了。
The little girl who was naughty with Jean Chuan just now came in and asked, What did Grandma ask me to do? Aunt Shuai said, Bring the flowers in the box. Xiangling agreed.
向那边捧了个小锦匣来，薛姨妈道：“这是宫里头的新鲜样法，拿沙堆的花12枝。昨我想起来，白放着可惜了的。”
Aunt Shuai brought a small brocade box to the other side and said, This is a new method in the palace. 12 flowers are piled with yarn. I remembered yesterday that it was a pity to leave them in vain.
何不给他们姊妹们带去昨儿要送去，偏又忘了。你今儿来的巧，就带了去吧。 你家的3位姑娘，每人1对，剩下的6只。
Why not give it to their sisters? I wanted to send it to them yesterday, but I forgot about it. It's a coincidence that you came here today, so just take it with you. Each of the 3 girls in your family has a pair, and the remaining 6 branches.
送林姑娘2只，那4只给了凤哥爸。王夫人道：“留着给宝丫头带罢。”又想着他们做什么。薛姨妈道：“姨娘不知道。”
Give Miss Lin 2 branches and give the 4 to Brother Feng. Mrs. Wang said, keep it for Bao Yatu to wear, and think about what they will do. Aunt Shui said, Auntie doesn't know.
宝丫头古怪着呢，她从来不爱这些花粉的。说着，周瑞家的拿了匣子走出房门，见金钏仍在那里晒日阳。周瑞家的因问他道：“
Bao Yatu is weird. He has never liked these flowers and pinks." With that said, Zhou Rui's family took the box and walked out of the room. He saw Jean Chuan still there basking in the sun. Zhou Rui's family asked him why.
那香菱小丫头子，可就是常说林上京时买的，为他打人命官司的那个小丫头子吗？金钏道：“可不就是她。”正说着
Is that little girl Xiangling the same little girl who often said that she bought her when she came to Beijing and fought for his life in the lawsuit? Jean Chuan said, It's not him. As he said,
只见香菱笑嘻嘻地走来周瑞家的，便拉了他的手，细细地看了一会，因向金钏笑道：“倒好个模样。”
Seeing Xiangling walking towards Zhou Rui's house with a smile on her face, she took his hand and looked at him carefully for a while, then smiled at Jean Chuaner and said, You look good.
竟有些像咱们东府李荣大星号品格。金钏笑道：“我也是这么说呢。”周瑞家的又问香菱：“你几岁投身到这里？”又问
Jean Chuaner, who is actually a bit like the character of our Rong family in Dongfu, said with a smile, I said the same thing. Zhou Rui's family asked Xiangling again, How old were you when you joined here? And asked,
你父母今在何处？今年10几岁了。本处是那里人？香菱听问，都摇头说不记得了。周瑞家的和金钏听了。
Where are your parents now, and how old are they now? Where are you from? When Xiangling asked, she shook her head and said, I don't remember. Zhou Rui's family and Jean Chuaner listened.
倒反为叹息伤感一回，一时间，周瑞家的携花至王夫人正房后头来。原来近日贾母说孙女儿们太多了，一处挤着倒不方便。
On the contrary, he sighed and felt sad. For a while, Zhou Rui's family came to the back of Mrs. Wang's main room with flowers. It turns out that Mother Jia recently said that there are too many grandchildren and it is inconvenient to crowd them all together.
只留宝玉、黛玉二人，这边解闷却将迎。叹西三人移到王夫人这边房后3间小报厦内居住，令李纨陪伴照管。
Only Bao Yu and Dai Yu were left here to relieve their boredom, but they welcomed Tanshi and moved the 3 of them to Mrs. Wang's house in the 3 small houses behind her room, and ordered Li Wan to accompany and take care of them.
如今周瑞家的顾顺路先往这里来，只见几个小丫头子都在报厦内听呼唤呢。迎春的丫鬟思琪与探春的丫鬟黛叔二人正掀帘子出来。
Now the old man from Zhou Rui's family came here first and saw several little girls listening to calls in Baoxia. Siki, the maid who welcomes the spring, and Waitashu, the maid who explores the spring, are opening the curtain and coming out.
手里都捧着茶盅，周瑞家的便知她们姊妹在一处坐着呢，遂进入内房，只见迎春、探春二人正在窗下围棋。周瑞家的将花送上，说明缘故。
Both holding tea clocks in their hands, Zhou Rui's family knew that their sisters were sitting together, so they entered the inner room and saw Yingchun and Tanchun playing Go under the window. Zhou Rui's family brought flowers and explained the reason.
二人忙住了棋，都欠身道谢，命丫鬟们收了。周瑞家的答应了，因说四姑娘不在房里，只怕在老太太那边呢。丫鬟们道：
The 2 of them were busy playing chess, so they both bowed and thanked them, and ordered the maids to take it away. Zhou Rui's family agreed, because they said, "The 4th girl is not in the room, I'm afraid she is with the old lady." The maid said,
那屋里不是四姑娘周瑞家的，听了，便往这边屋里来。只见惜春正同水月庵的小姑子智能儿一处玩耍呢，见周瑞家的进来。
"That's not the 4th girl in that room." After hearing this, Zhou Rui's family came to this room. I saw Shichuan playing with her sister-in-law Zhi'er from Shueiyue Temple, when she saw someone from Zhou Rui's family coming in.
惜春便问他何是周瑞家的，便将花匣打开，说明缘故。惜春笑道：“我这里正和智能儿说，我明也剃了头，同他做姑子去呢。”
Shichuan asked him what happened. Zhou Rui's family opened the flower box and explained the reason. Shichuan smiled and said, "I am telling Zhi'er here that I will also shave my head tomorrow and become his sister-in-law."
可巧又送了花来，若剃了头，可把这花戴在那里呢？说着，大家取笑一回。惜春命丫鬟入画来收了。周瑞家的因问智能：
Coincidentally, flowers were sent to me. If I shaved my head, where would I wear the flowers? With that said, everyone made fun of them, and Shichuan ordered the maid to come into the painting to collect it. Een from Zhou Rui's family asked Zhi'er,
你是什么时候来的？你师傅那秃歪蜡往那里去了？智能道：我们一早就来了。我师傅见了太太，就往于老爷府内去了。
When did you come? Where did your master's bald head go? Gier said, We came early in the morning. My master saw his wife and went to the master's house.
叫我在这里等他呢。周瑞家的又道：15的月例相供银子，可曾得了没有？智能摇头说：我不知道。惜春听了
He asked me to wait for him here. Zhou Rui's family asked again, Have you got any money for the incense offering on the 15th day of the month? Gier shook his head and said, I don't know. Shichuan listened.
便问周瑞家的如今各庙月例银子是谁管着？周瑞家的道：是于信管着。惜春听了笑道：这就是了。他师傅一来
Then he asked Zhou Rui's family, who is in charge of the monthly money in each temple now. Zhou Rui's family said, Yu Xian is in charge. Shichuan heard this and smiled and said, That's it. When his master comes.
于信家的就赶上来，和他师傅估计了半日，想是就为这事了。那周瑞家的又和智能唠叨了一会，便往凤姐出来。
Yu Xian's family rushed over and chatted with his master for a long time, thinking it was because of this. The Zhou Rui family chatted with Gier for a while, and then went to Sister Feng's place.
传家道从李纨后窗下过，隔着玻璃窗户，见李纨在炕上歪着睡觉呢，遂越过西花墙，出西角门，进入凤姐院中，走至堂屋。
Crossing the corridor and passing under the back window of Li Wan, I saw Li Wan sleeping crookedly on the Kong through the glass window, so I crossed the west flower wall, went out of the west corner door and entered Sister Feng's courtyard. Walked to the main room.
只见小丫头凤儿坐在凤姐房中门槛上，见周瑞家的来了，连忙摆手叫他往东屋里去。周瑞家的会意，忙蹑手蹑足往东边房里来。
I saw the little girl Feng'er sitting on the threshold of Sister Feng's room. When she saw Zhou Rui's family coming, she quickly waved her hand and told him to go to the east room. Zhou Rui's family understood and hurriedly tiptoed to the east room.
只见奶子正拍着大姐儿睡觉呢。周瑞家的巧问奶子道：“姐儿睡中觉呢，也该请醒了。”奶子摇头。正说着，只听那边一阵笑声。
I saw the grandma patting the eldest sister to sleep. Zhou Rui's family quietly asked the grandma, Where is the eldest sister sleeping? It's time to wake up. The grandma shook her head. Just as he was talking, I heard a burst of laughter from over there.
却有假脸的声音借着房门响处，平儿拿着大铜盆出来，叫风儿舀水进去。平儿便到这边来， 一见了周瑞家的便问。
But Jiao Lian's voice followed the door. Ping Er came out with a big copper basin and asked Feng Er to scoop water in. Ping Er came here and asked when he saw Zhou Rui's family.
你老人家又跑了来做什么？周瑞家的忙起身，拿匣子与他说送花一事。平儿听了，便打开匣子，拿了4只，转身去了。
What are you doing here again, old man? Zhou Rui's family got up hurriedly, took the box and talked to him about sending flowers. After hearing this, Ping Er opened the box, took 4 branches, and turned around.
半刻功夫，手里拿出2只来，先叫彩明吩咐道：“送到那边府里，给小荣大奶奶带去。”伺候方命周瑞家的回去道谢。
After half a moment, he took out 2 sticks in his hand, and first asked Kai Ming to say, "Send them to the mansion over there and give them to Grandma Xiaorong." The next time, Zhou Rui's family was ordered to go back to express their thanks.
周瑞家的这才往贾母这边来，穿过了穿堂，抬头忽见他女儿打扮着，才从她婆家来。周瑞家的忙问：“你这会跑来做什么？”他女儿笑道。
The Zhou Rui family came to Jiamu and passed through the hall. When they looked up, they suddenly saw his daughter dressed up and coming from her husband's house. Zhou Rui's family hurriedly asked, "What are you doing here?" His daughter smiled and said,
妈一向身上好，我在家里等了这半日，妈竟不出去，什么事情这样忙得不回家？我等烦了，自己先到了老太太跟前请了安了。
Mom is always in good health. I have been waiting at home for half a day, but she didn't go out. Why is she so busy and not coming home? I was tired of waiting, so I went to the old lady to say hello first.
这会子请太太的安去妈，还有什么不了的差事？手里是什么东西？周瑞家的笑道：“哎，今儿偏偏的来了个刘姥姥，我自己多事。”
At this moment, I asked my wife to go to Enchima to do some serious errands. What is in my hand? Zhou Rui's family laughed and said, "Hey, Grandma Lu happened to be here today. I am very busy myself."
为他跑了半日，这会子又被姨太太看见了，送这几枝花儿与姑娘奶奶们。这会子还没送清楚呢，你这会子跑了来，一定有什么事。
After running for him for half a day, my concubine saw me again and sent these flowers to the girl and her grandmother. It hasn't been sent clearly yet. You came here now, something must be wrong.
他女儿笑道：“你老人家倒会猜。时对你老人家说，你女婿前儿因多吃了2杯酒，和人纷争，不知怎的被人放了一把邪火。”
His daughter smiled and said, "You old man can guess. To tell you the truth, your son-in-law had too many glasses of wine and got into a fight with someone, and somehow someone set off an evil fire.
说他来历不明，告到衙门里要地界还乡，所以我来和你老人家商议商议，这个情分，求那一个可了事呢？周瑞家的听了道。
He said that his origin was unknown and he reported it to the government office and wanted to be deported back to his hometown. So I came to discuss this relationship with you. Who should I ask to settle it? Zhou Rui's family heard this and said,
我就知道呢，这有什么大不了的事？你且家去等我，我给林姑娘送了花儿去，就回家去。此时太太二奶奶都不得闲儿，你回去等我。
I knew it was a big deal. You go home and wait for me. I sent flowers to Miss Lin and then went home. At this time, my wife and grandma are all busy, so you go back and wait for me.
这有什么忙得如此？女儿听说，便回去了。又说：“妈，好歹快来。”周瑞家的道：“是了，小人家没经过什么事。”
What's so busy about this? When my daughter heard about it, she went back and said, Mom, come here quickly. Zhou Rui's family said, yes. Nothing happened to the little man's family.
就急得你这样的说着，便到黛玉房中去了。谁知此时黛玉不在自己房中，却在宝玉房中，大家解酒连环玩呢。周瑞家的进来笑道：“
You were so anxious that you said this and went to Dayu's room. Unexpectedly, Dayu was not in her room at this time, but in Bao Yu's room. Everyone was trying to solve the 9-ring puzzle. Zhou Rui's family came in and smiled.
林姑娘姨太太着我送花儿与姑娘带来了。宝玉听说，便先问：“什么花儿？拿来给我。”一面早伸手接过来了。开匣看时，
Miss Lin asked me to send flowers to the girl. When Bao Yu heard about it, he asked first, What flowers? Bring them to me. He had already reached out to take them. When you open the box and look at it,
原来是公制堆沙新巧的假花黛玉，只就宝玉手中看了一看，便问道：“还是单送我一人的，还是别的姑娘们都有呢？”周瑞家的道。
It turned out to be a newly crafted fake flower Dayu made by the palace. Bao Yu looked at it in his hand and asked, Is it just for me, or are all the other girls sharing it? Said Zhou Rui's family.
各位都有了这两只是姑娘的了。黛玉冷笑道：“我就知道，别人不挑剩下的也不给我。”周瑞家的听了，一声不言语。
Everyone has these 2 branches that belong to the girl. Dayu sneered and said, I knew that if others didn't pick the rest, they wouldn't give it to me. Zhou Rui's family was silent after hearing this.
宝玉便问道：“周姐姐，你做什么到那边去了？”周瑞家的因说：“太太在那里，因回话去了，姨太太就顺便叫我带来了。”宝玉道：
Pao Yu then asked, Sister Zhou, what did you do to get there? Ian from Zhou Rui's family said, my wife is there. Ian went to answer the question, so my concubine asked me to bring her to you. Pao Yu said.
宝姐姐在家做什么呢？怎么这几日也不过这边来？周瑞家的道：“身上不大好呢。”宝玉听了，便和丫头说：“谁去瞧瞧？”
What is Sister Bao doing at home? Why can't she come here these days? Zhou Rui's family said, she's not feeling well. After hearing this, Pao Yu said to the girl, who's going to take a look?
只说我与林姑娘打发了来，请姨太太姐姐安问姐姐是什么病，现吃什么药。论理我该亲自来的，就说才从学里来，也着了些凉。
He only said that Miss Lin and I had sent my aunt and sister to ask her what her illness was and what medicine she was taking. The reason is that I should come in person, so I just came from school and caught a few colds.
一日再亲自来看罢，说着，倩雪便答应去了。周瑞家的自去，无话。原来这周瑞的女婿，便是雨村的好友冷子兴。
Qin Shuai agreed to come and see it in person one day. Zhou Rui's family left without saying a word. It turns out that Zhou Rui's son-in-law is Yukin's good friend Ling Zixing.
近因卖古董和人打官司，故教女人来讨情分。周瑞家的仗着主子的势力，把这些事也不放在心上，晚间只求求凤姐儿便完了。
Recently, he was involved in a lawsuit with someone by selling antiques, so he asked a woman to ask for favors. Zhou Rui's family, relying on their master's snobbery, didn't take these things to heart and only asked Sister Feng for help at night.
至掌灯时分，凤姐已卸了妆，来见王夫人回话：“今儿甄家送了来的东西，我已收了。咱们送他的，趁着他家有年下进献的传回去。”
When it was time to hold the lantern, Sister Feng had already taken off her makeup and came to see Mrs. Wang and replied, I have accepted the things that the Jin family sent today. We gave them to him and took advantage of his family's annual boat to bring fresh food back.
一并都交给他们带了去罢。王夫人点头。凤姐又道：“林安伯老太太生日的礼已经打点了，派谁送去呢？”王夫人道：“你瞧谁闲着？”
Let them take them all together. Mrs. Wang nodded. Sister Feng said again, Old Mrs. Linnen's birthday gifts have been prepared. Who should I send to deliver them? Mrs. Wang said, Look who is idle.
就叫他们去4个女人就是了，又来当什么正经事问我？凤姐又笑道：“今日甄大嫂子来，请我明日过去逛逛，明日倒没有什么事情。”
Just ask them to go and 4 women will come and ask me if it's something serious. Sister Feng smiled again and said, Sister-in-law Zhen is here today and invites me to go shopping tomorrow. I don't have anything to do tomorrow.
王夫人道：“有事没事都害不着什么。每常他来请，有我们，你自然不便意。他既不请我们，单请你，可知是他诚心叫你散淡散淡。”
Mrs. Wang said, No matter what happens, it won't hurt anything. Whenever he comes to invite us, it's natural for you to be inconvenienced. He doesn't invite us, but just you. You can tell that he is sincerely asking you to sandan sandan.
别辜负了他的心，便有事也该过去才是。凤姐答应了。当下李纨、莹、探等姐妹们一来定省毕，各自闺房无话。次日，凤姐梳洗了。
Don't let him down, then whatever happens must be over. Sister Feng agreed. Immediately, Li Wan, Ying, Tan and other sisters also came to check in, and they went back to their rooms without talking. The next day, Sister Feng washed up.
先回王夫人避方来辞贾母。宝玉听了，也要跟了逛去。凤姐只得答应，立等着换了衣服，姐儿两个坐了车，一时进入宁府。
First, I'll go back to Mrs. Wang, by Feng, to bid farewell to Jiamu. After Bao Yu heard this, he also wanted to follow. Sister Feng had no choice but to agree and immediately changed her clothes. The 2 sisters got into the car and entered the Ning mansion.
早有贾珍之妻尤氏与贾蓉之妻秦氏婆媳2个引了多少姬妾丫鬟媳妇等皆出一门。那尤氏一见了凤姐，必先笑朝一战。
Jia Zhen's wife Yushi and Jia Rong's wife Qin's mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had already attracted many concubines, maids, and daughters-in-law to take them out of the ceremony gate. When Mrs. Yu saw Sister Feng, she would laugh and laugh for a while.
一手携了宝玉同入上房来归坐秦氏献茶毕，凤姐因说：“你们请我来做什么？有什么好东西孝敬我，就快献上来，我还有事呢。”
Carrying Bao Yu in one hand, they went into the upper room together and returned to sit down. After Qin offered tea, Sister Feng said, "Why did you invite me here? If you have anything good to show me, please offer it to me quickly. I have something else to do."
尤氏、秦氏未及答话，地下几个姬妾先就笑说：“二奶奶今儿不来就罢，既来了，就依不得二奶奶了。”正说着，只见贾蓉进来请安。
Before Yushi and Qinshi could reply, several of their concubines laughed and said, "It's okay if second grandma doesn't come today. Now that she's here, I won't be able to rely on second grandma anymore." Just as he was saying this, Jia Rong came in to say hello.
宝玉因问大哥哥今日不在家吗？ 尤氏道：“出城与老爷请安去了。可是你怪闷的，坐在这里做什么？何不也去逛逛？”秦氏笑道
Bao Yu asked, "Isn't eldest brother at home today?" You said, "I went out of the city to pay my respects to the master." But you are so bored. What are you doing sitting here? Why don't you go for a walk too? Qin said with a smile.
今儿巧上回，宝叔立刻要见的我那兄弟，他今儿也在这里，想在书房里呢。宝叔何不去瞧一瞧？宝玉听了，即便下炕要走。
It so happens that my brother who Uncle Bao wanted to see last time is also here today, probably in the study. Why don't Uncle Bao go take a look? After hearing this, Bao Yu even got off the Kong to leave.
尤氏、凤姐都忙说好生着，忙什么？一面便吩咐好生小心跟着，别委屈着他，倒比不得跟了老太太过来就罢了。凤姐说道
Sister Yu Shifeng hurriedly said, "Haosheng, what are you busy with?" Then she told Haosheng to follow carefully and don't tolerate him. It's better to just follow the old lady here. Sister Feng said.
既这么着，何不请进这秦小爷来，我也瞧一瞧。难道我见不得他不成？尤氏笑道：“爸，可以不必见他。”
If that's the case, why don't you invite Mr. Qin in and let me take a look? Can't I see him? You said with a smile, "Come on, come on." You don't have to see him.
比不得咱们家的孩子们胡打海摔的惯了，人家的孩子都是斯斯文文的惯了，乍见了你这破落户，还被人笑话死了呢。凤姐笑道
It can't be compared to the fact that our children are used to being beaten and thrown into the sea. Children of other families are used to being polite, but when they first saw you, you were laughed at to death. Sister Foam said with a smile.
普天下的人，我不笑话就罢了，竟叫这小孩子笑话我不成？贾蓉笑道：“不是这话，他生得腼腆，没见过大阵仗，婶子见了。”
I don't want to make fun of people all over the world. How can I ask this kid to laugh at me? Jia Rong said with a smile, "That's not true. He is shy. He has never seen a big battle. My aunt has seen it."
没得生气，凤姐道：“凭他什么样的，我也要见一见。别放你娘的屁了！再不带我看看，给你一顿好嘴巴。”贾蓉笑嘻嘻地说。
Sister Fong, who was not angry at all, said, "No matter what he is like, I want to see him. Stop talking about your mother. If you don't show me, I'll give you a good meal." Jia Rong said with a smile.
我不敢扭着就带他来。说着，果然出去带进一个小后生来，叫宝玉略瘦些，眉清目秀，粉面朱唇，身材俊俏， 举止风流。
I don't dare to twist, so I brought him here. As he said, he went out and brought in a young boy. He was slightly thinner than Bao Yu, with delicate eyebrows, pink face and red lips, a handsome figure, and a graceful manner.
似在宝玉之上，只是怯怯羞羞，有女儿之态，腼腆含糊，慢向凤姐作揖问好。凤姐喜得先推宝玉，笑道：“比下去了。”
It seems that above Bao Yu, she is just timid and shy, like a daughter, shy and vague, and slowly bows to Sister Feng to say hello. Sister Feng was so happy that she pushed Bao Yu first and said with a smile, "The competition is over."
便探身一把携了这孩子的手，就命他身傍坐了，慢慢地问他几岁了，读什么书，弟兄几个，学名唤什么。秦钟一一答应了。
He leaned over and took the child's hand, ordered him to sit next to him, and slowly asked him how old he is, what books he studies, how many brothers he has, and what their scientific names are. Qin Zhong agreed one by one.
早有凤姐的丫鬟媳妇们见凤姐初会秦钟，并未备的表里来，遂忙过那边去告诉平儿。平儿知道凤姐与秦氏厚密，虽是小后生家。
Sister Feng's maids and daughters-in-law had already seen that Sister Feng had not prepared a courtesy for their first meeting with Qin Zhong, so they hurriedly went over there to tell Ping Er. Ping Er knew that Sister Feng and the Qin family were closely related, although they were from a young family.
亦不可太监，遂自作主意，拿了一匹尺头，两个状元及第的小金刻子，交付与来人送过去。凤姐由笑说：“太监保等语。”秦氏等谢毕。
Don't be too frugal and make your own decision. I took a ruler and 2 small gold pins for the number 1 scholar and the first place, and handed them over to the visitor. Sister Feng still laughed and said it was too simple and thin. Mrs. Qin is waiting to thank you.
一时吃过饭，尤氏、凤姐、秦氏等蘑菇牌不在话下。那宝玉自见了秦钟的人品出众，心中似有所失，吃了半日，自己心中又起了呆意。
After dinner, Mrs. Yu, Sister Feng, Mrs. Qin and others wiped out the dominoes. When Bao Yu saw Qin Zhong's outstanding character, he seemed to feel a little lost. After being obsessed for a long time, he felt stupid again.
乃自思道：天下竟有这等人物，如今看来，我竟成了泥猪赖狗了。可恨我为什么生在这侯门公府之家，若也生在寒门薄宦之家。
But he thought to himself, there are such people in the world. Now it seems that I have become a pig and a mangy dog. I hate why I was born in this family of a noble family. If I was also born in a poor family.
早的与他交结，也不枉生了一世。我虽如此比他尊贵， 可知锦绣沙罗也不过裹了我这根死木头，美酒羊羔也不过填了我这粪窟泥沟。
It would have been a waste of my life to be friends with him earlier. Although I am so nobler than him, you know that the brocade gauze can only wrap me up like a dead piece of wood, and the fine wine lamb can only fill up my cesspool and mud ditch.
富贵二字不料遭我荼毒了。秦钟自见了宝玉形容出众，举止不凡，更见金冠绣服，交臂齿瞳。秦钟心中一自思道
Wealth, the word wealth, was unexpectedly poisoned by me. Qin Zhong saw that Bao Yu was outstanding in description, extraordinary in behavior, and also had a golden crown and embroidered clothes. He was proud of his maids and extravagant children. Qin Zhong also thought to himself,
果然这宝玉怨不得人溺爱他，可恨我偏生于清寒之家，不能与他耳鬓交接。可知贫窭二字现人，一世间之大不快事。
Sure enough, this precious jade hates that no one loves him. He hates me for being born in a poor family and not being able to interact with him. It can be seen that the word poor is limited to people, and it is also a great unpleasantness in the world.
二人一样的胡思乱想。忽然宝玉问他读什么书，秦钟见问，因而答以实话。二人你言我语，10来句后，越觉亲密起来。一时摆上茶果。
They were both thinking wildly. Suddenly Bao Yu asked him what book he was reading. When Qin Zhong saw the question, he answered with the truth. The two of them talked to each other, and after about 10 sentences, they felt more and more intimate. For a moment, put tea fruits on the table.
宝玉便说：“我两个又不吃酒，把果子摆在里间小炕上，我们那里坐去，省得闹你们。”于是二人进里间来吃茶。
Bao Yu said, "We don't drink wine. Let's put the fruits on the small kong in the inner room and sit there for us to avoid disturbing you." So the two of them went into the inner room to have tea.